It's a most unique combination of natural beauty and athletic poetry. Welcome to the iconic Santa Monica Pier for a night of boxing. Stars above and stars in the ring. This is the Butterfly Brawl, where boxing meets the sea. Welcome to the Pacific Ocean. I'm Mario Solis, alongside the champion, Sean Porter, Radio Raheem. Oh, we've got a night of boxing tonight, not just the scenery, but also what we're about to see inside the ring. Let's start with the co-main event. A guy that goes by the name of Super Bad. He's super good.
Yeah.
Vlad Panin.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He is super good. Perhaps the best fighter on this card. No slight to the main event, but I just think Vlad Panin, super bad. 21-2. He's been around this block a million times. He knows how to do it in the ring. He's very, very basic, very, very fundamentally sound, very, very good, fast, slick, can use the whole ring. He's got a lot in the arsenal. That's why I think he's the best fighter on this card tonight.
And he's got a history, too.
He's got
very humble beginnings.
Yes.
He lived in a motel for a long time with his mom. Little by little, ends up going to UCLA.
Listen, it's what I say. Who you are outside the ring is who you are in the ring. Those adversities early in life makes him who he is in the ring. That UCLA degree makes him who he is in the ring. He's very smart, very articulate the way he moves and does his thing. Not a lot of power, but he makes up with it with a lot of jazz, a lot of pizzazz, a lot of skills. So we're going to get some good stuff from him.
He is a
tonight.
smart kid. He went into UCLA as a pre-med student, then changed it up a little bit. I'm a Trojan. I still admire him. Shall we go to the main event? Chantel Navarro, local kid out of LA, 21-0, rising star. Actually, 5-0, 21 years old, rising star. What can we expect from her tonight?
She is a rising star, and tonight she has risen to the main event. A female boxer at the top of this card is a significant milestone from her. Early in her career, as you said, she's 5-0, but she's got 3 knockouts, Mario. Those are hard to come by in the women's division. This woman has clearly got a chip on her shoulder, and she's a heavy-handed puncher. She comes from a long line of fighters. 2, in fact, uncles, pro athletes, pro fighters, have both competed. One fought Floyd Mayweather as an amateur and a pro, so you know early in her career she's been able to season with the likes of her family members and also take this family lineage to the next level. She's the first female fighter in her family, and they didn't really want her to pursue this line of career. So for her tonight, I think she's got something to prove. And with a fighter like that, every night she's got something to prove. Top of the card tonight. We will see what Chantel brings, and I think it's going to be all action.
We have other people behind these mics as well. We have a full team tonight. Ak and Barack. Let's go to them now. They've got a special guest.
Thank you, Mario. I'm excited to be alongside my brother, Barack, the boxing bully, fresh off the jet from Saudi Arabia. What a vibe here. We got beach balls and bikinis behind us, boxing in front of us. Barack, the vibe doesn't get better than this.
Listen, you've seen the movie Back to the Future, right? Well, I'm back from the future. I was in the Middle East. It's 10 hours difference. I'm back here. Why? I'm here for Fight Book. Not this man right here, even though I love him. Fight Book, because it's for charity. Not just for the fighters, but for charity. And that's what this man is doing right here, Mark Habibi.
That's right. The Butterfly Brawl. This gentleman started it years ago, stopped during the pandemic. You brought it back last year. Talk about how excited you are. You're on the Santa Monica Pier, professional live boxing, brought to you by Fight Book.
I'm so excited that this event finally is here. The day is here. I'm grateful for our sponsors. I'm grateful for the city of Santa Monica, Mayor Negrete, Captain Flores, everybody that's helped put this thing together. You know, this event started to honor my cousins, Yassi Hosseini, who lost her 7-year battle with cancer. And it's just a great cause, and I'm excited that this day is finally here.
Can you talk to me about Fight Book, about why this platform is so important for fighters coming into the game?
Honestly, this week, you know, we had 3 fights fall apart, and it just made me realize how important it is to have Fight Book. You know, it's going to solve so many problems in the industry. It's a hub that's going to connect everybody in combat sports. It's going to give everybody a platform to advertise whatever service it is that they provide to the fight community. Whether you're directly or indirectly involved in the sport, you know, you have a place, and we're going to do things for fans too. So I'm excited to launch this thing. We're in our infancy stages right now. You gotta crawl before you walk and walk before you run. So we're taking it one step at a time, one day at a time, and we're excited.
Well, I can see your heart beating through your chest. I know how it is being a promoter, you know, but when do you get to relax? Because don't you see, this place is full here. You're on the beach. There's awareness going on. Can you relax right now?
I'm going to relax tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I'm going to shut down the phone for a little bit, take a little vacation with the family, and just chill, because the phone's been nuts. It's been a crazy week. My team has put in, you know, hours and hours and hours and a lot of effort to put this event together. So it's finally here. Everybody, you know, have a great time and enjoy yourselves tonight and come together for this cause. And you know, it's all about giving back, and that's what we plan on doing.
That's right. Enough of us. It's time to get the Butterfly Brawl. To get started, let's go to Chevy Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Butterfly Brawl here on the legendary Santa Mónica Pier, brought to you by Fightbook, and now live on Telemundo Noticias California and NBC Los Angeles. Today's event will be full of boxing, entertainment, resilience, and hope as we celebrate the memory of Yassi Yossini, whose spirit still inspires the fight against cancer. 100% of today's proceeds will go to the American Cancer Society and the Santa Monica Police Activities League. With that being said, the gloves are tight, the lights are bright, and it is now time for your first fight of the night. This bout is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission's Executive Director Andy Foster and Sitting Chairman Peter Villegas. Making their way to the ring first, Julio El Gallo Grillo
different sort of fighting. Would you ever consider bare-knuckle fighting? Did you
No. I don't really know. No knock on bare-knuckle, right? Disclaimer, I just don't know what takes boxers, fighters, humans in that direction.
Yeah.
I think it's a dangerous direction. I've always done it with gloves on. I've never done it without. I don't intend on ever doing that.
There he is in the ring. Julio Tenori. Out of Sonora, Mexico.
1-1-1 as a boxer, but 4-0 as a bare knuckle fighter. So I think it's safe to say he's going to be bringing a lot of toughness tonight.
And now making their way to the ring, Jason the Dynamite Robledo.
Nickname's Dynamite. You better be blowing up the competition.
Come on now.
He's 1-0. So far, so good.
Listen, I've always been about a good, strong nickname. But as you know, Mario, you got to back it up.
Oh, yeah. You know who backed it up all the time? A guy known as Showtime.
Can I say it? Can I say it?
Please say it.
Yeah, we'll let it rip now, huh?
Jason Robledo out of Northridge, California. Didn't have to travel too far. He still trains in the San Fernando Valley, so depends on traffic. But there he is. Dynamite.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the lightweight division. Your judges at ringside are Pam Hayashida, Chris Milgagor, and Tiffany Clinton. And your referee, when the bell rings, Sharon Sands. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black and white, weighing in at 133.6 pounds, with a professional record of 1-1, with that win coming by way of knockout. From Sonora, Mexico, Julio El Gallo Tenori. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black and red, weighing in at 134 pounds, Jason the Dynamite Robledo.
So as we take a look at the tail of the tape, if it does in fact come up, they're pretty even all the way across the board. But the thing to note is one fighter's been out of work for just 3 months, while the other 2 years. We'll see if that makes a big difference.
It's going to make a big difference, Sean, just because that ring rust of 2 years cannot be overstated. I mean, yes, he may come in and be prepared, but you have to shake that kind of rust off, even if you are in top form in your training camp.
Well, Radio, the kid's young, okay? How much rust can you get on you? And you're 22.
I'd say if he were older, he'd have less opportunity to rust because he'd have more experience.
Well, you know, the other thing we noted was the fact that he has been busy just doing bare knuckle. So we'll see if that makes a difference.
And Jason Robledo in the black and red, well, sort of active as well. He's young, 19 years old, only 1 fight. That was about 3 months ago, so here he is again, right in the middle of the ring, throwing a left hook. El Gallo, also known as the Rooster. Gallo is also bantamweight division, and he fights in the lightweight. So, you know, a little misnomer there.
Yeah, listen, Gallo's already cut.
Nice right hook there.
Another one. Another big right hand right there from Robledo.
Robledo, the Dynamite, and he's trying to prove the nickname, Showtime.
Yeah,
there he is again, back up top. There's some blood already. A nice little cut on the top of El Gallo.
Wow.
Right by his, I'd say his right eye, right above it.
Radio, simply put, these guys are throwing.
Oh boy,
this is a firefight. I will say it appears to me like Dynamite probably is the sharper puncher or crisp fighter, and if he were able to just settle down a little bit and fight his own fight instead of getting into this back and forth, he'd be doing better and taking less of these kind of wild punches from Gallo.
And listen, I know that the fans love stuff like this, but the bottom line here is the only thing missing is defense on both ends.
Yeah, is there defense here tonight? Maybe they didn't read the memo, but so far they're just standing in the middle of the ring, exchanging blows. El Gallo, they're receiving a very punishing left hand. Both of them are throwing haymakers.
Damn, look at that jab.
I mean, this is what we'd love to see. Both of these guys taking their opening bout on the main card very seriously already tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. We've seen nothing but knockouts in
Tenori,
50-50
that
fights.
uppercut, Radio. Could have asked for a better beginning. These two guys are rock'em sock'em robots. Right. And standing right in the middle of the ring. And no need to go anywhere.
The funny thing about that, though, is when you got the rock'em sock'em robots, they only throw to the head and to the body and straight punches, and that's exactly what we're getting from both these guys. A little bit of movement right there from Teneri.
I don't know if it's that Dynamite just doesn't respect Gallo's power or if he's just eager himself to get a knockout, because I believe he's taking punches from Gallo that he really doesn't have to take. Like you say, there's no defense happening here, but a little bit of head movement and some tucking up.
A little pivot right there coming from Robledo, you know, so
missed. Vicious blow that could have cost a lot of damage, but so far there was a little bit of defense there. Moving, moving to his right a tiny bit at the exact moment.
I think he realized he was in a bad position.
Oh, yeah.
And I see
that one did
Dynamite now starting to make a bit of more calculation. He's not just flinging everything that is open to him, but starting to take some shot selection. Which will do him well in the next round.
Wow, that was some show of offense right there. As you said, no defense. Radio, you're going to keep track of the unofficial scorecard for us. Who do you like in the first round?
I will indeed. I mean, I put that round down for the Dynamite. I think he did enough to edge it. It was a good action round. Gallo gave him everything he had. However, because of the sharper punches, a little bit better defense, I believe Jason took that round.
All right, let's see some replays and see what we can...
I mean, it's just literally both guys. I mean, they're
yeah.
literally exchanging a good first round to this fight. Good opening bout for the fans who are now here. A lot of 1-2s landed by Robledo. Big uppercuts right there landed by Gallo. Back and forth.
Right shots.
But Tenori right there coming right back.
There it is! This one might be over, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're going to get a Dynamite to his feet.
Jason Robledo.
10 count.
It's going to take a miracle for him to recover. Is it going to be the 8 count, guys?
She's going to let it continue. I'm shocked.
He's out on his feet.
That's what I expected. This one is over. It's exactly what I said could happen between the rounds. He got hit with a wild shot he didn't see coming in. There was a bit more mustard from Gale this time than there was in the first round. That is the difference.
Wow, that was impressive, guys. Even though they started to show a little bit of some flashes of defense, they were going for it. And someone was eventually going to have to pay the price.
There was so much action in that second round. I hate to try to get credit for something I kept in my pocket, but what I wanted to say was that Gallo shouldn't be drawn into fighting Dynamite's fight. Don't let him slow the pace down and start dictating. Stay wild, stay aggressive. And before I could get it out, he got Dynamite out.
No complaints about the stoppage, right, from either one of you?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Look, come early.
Here it is. He dips down. He simply just dips down, throws that right hand. That overhand right landed already. You guys missed it. That right hand landed already. He came right back to it. Again, the muscle memory of a boxer. The dip down, here it is, and right over the top. I mean, a beautiful overhand right landed on the chin. You don't get up from that.
Beautiful is the right word,
It was
Sean.
impressive. Just the fact that he got up and beat the 8 count.
Yeah.
I must say, I didn't expect him to even get to his feet. You're right, but he was not ready to continue. Credit to the Warrior for standing up and wanting to go, but the referee made the right call.
And you know what the referee, Showtime? She's very observant.
I told you.
Very cautious.
I told you. I said, you know, the magnitude of that fight that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, you had told us about it.
necessary.
We got a
But this
chance to
one-
see some early fights, and you told us.
Yeah, she at least gave him an opportunity. Unfortunately, he couldn't really stay. He didn't recover enough to continue. But listen, man, this is a hard part of boxing. When you get knocked out, once you recover, it takes a good 30 to 40 seconds to recover. You only get 10. And it kind of
Psychologically, how long does it take to recover from a shot like that?
He's recovered now.
But psychologically, when you get back in the ring.
Oh, yeah.
And Sean, unfortunately, he has recovered now in the sense that he's on his feet and he's aware of his surroundings. But this early in his career in a fight, I know he expected to win. The real recovery starts when he starts walking back to that car and thinking about where he has to go in the drawing board and can't, and think about how he's going to pursue the rest of his career at 1-1. This is a devastating, devastating speed bump in his career, but it doesn't have to be the end. Whoever's in his corner should remind him that it's early and he can overcome this.
I agree.
All right, we're ready for the particulars, exact time of stoppage. Here we go back up the ring with Chevy Red.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with 1 minute and 5 seconds of round number 2, your winner by knockout, fighting out of the blue corner, Julio El Gallo Tonore.
Guys, what a way. Telemundo and NBC4, Alejandro Navarro with the special guest.
Thank you, Julio. Your thoughts about that fight? How did you feel inside of the ring?
I felt good, I had a good opponent, so shout out to him, put up a show. We were both doing our thing, but one of us had to come out victorious, so I had to do my thing,
Yep. After a while, after some month of training, what are your thoughts right now?
Yeah, I just want to give a thanks to all my sponsors. They support me and helped me get to this camp, made it easier. My coach, Coach George,
You gonna stay the whole night or what?
I want to give a shout out to my family. Thanks to all my family and all my supporters. So, yeah, thank you to everybody.
For all the Spanish speakers, people from Mexico that is supporting you, a few words.
Oh, toda mi gente de México, los apoyadores y los que no hablan inglés, gracias por estar aquí y pues puro para adelante, vamos.
Thank you so very much. Guys, back to you.
All right, well, he's learning the ropes. He's already, thanking the right people, saying the right things. That always goes a long way.
Well, listen, what we knew was he was going to bring some toughness into the ring, and we saw that.
All right, let's go back to Akim Barak. They have a special guest.
Thanks, guys. Listen, we're here with one of the top 140, 147 pounders in the world, former title holder, Arnold Barboza. What a knockout we just watched. Just from your perspective, right? When a fighter lands a knockout like that, first time you ever knocked somebody out that bad, what's going through your mind?
Man, you know what? I seen that from the first round. I seen you know, Julio throwing that straight right to the body, and it was consistent with it, landing clean. So I told my brother, I said he's about to switch it. Right when I said it, he switched it over the top. He did. Made it seem like he was going to throw the body, switch it over the top, and lights out.
I mean, are you worried when you hit a guy that hard and he falls like that? How worried are you?
Oh man, you gotta worry, man. I mean, your head hits the first. If the head hits the canvas first, you know, then you gotta worry about it. You know what I mean? So I'm glad the referee did a great, amazing job and called the fight, man. It was a great call, but a great knockout as well.
You know he's a lightweight champ in the BKB, right? Bare knuckle boxing. He's a lightweight champ.
Hey.
And still had the power with the gloves on.
Yeah, hey, man, he has some hard fists then, man. You know what I mean? Because I know if I go in the face, I'm probably breaking my hands or something, you know what I mean? But, hey, man, shout out to this guy, man, did his thing.
No, he don't need tape. He just put the gloves on.
He don't need tape, put some gloves on, that's it.
Arnold, look, I mean, last time you fought, you were in Times Square, crazy vibe. Talk about the vibe here today on the Butterfly Brawl on the Santa Monica Pier.
Oh man, the vibe in New York was amazing, but you can't beat this, man. You got the view, you got the atmosphere, man. You got the ring, you got the fights. I mean, you can go get some food right after. You know what I mean? Go on the ride if you want. You know what I mean? It's amazing, man.
Well, before we get out of here, when should we expect you in the ring again?
Oh man, hopefully I make my 47 debut in October, man. You know what I'm saying? We're, you know, God first, but hopefully we see me in October.
We can't catch you out of shape, huh?
I can't, man. You ain't gonna catch me out of shape, man. I'm in the gym 24/7, man. So yeah.
Well, all right. Good luck moving forward. Looking forward to seeing you in the ring.
Absolutely.
Guys.
All right, thank you, guys. As I said, radio, you're keeping track of the unofficial scorecards. So far, Ak and Barack have been on camera twice. We've been on camera once. Who's got the lead so far, Ak and Barack or radio, Showtime, and Mario?
It is a shutout for Showtime. Sean Porter, he's won every round.
All right, here goes the
somebody should stop
knockout.
the fight.
Speaking of, lights out here.
Yeah, it was back and forth. You know, this first round was definitely Rock'em Sock'em Robots. That punch right there. And it looked like, here it comes. Here's this overhand. He set it up. Did you see him dip down? Sorry, I wanted to really catch that. Look, he'll dip down, run, and then he comes right back to it. Dip over the top. Beautiful. Crumbled his opponent.
Set it up perfectly, delivered it with execution flawless, and then after the knockout, he didn't celebrate because it's what he expected to happen.
There it is. There it is. Where the button at, radio?
Wow, very nice. NFL guys should learn from that. All right, coming up next, we've got some super middleweights. It'll be a 4-rounder. We're talking about Isaiah Carr, Too Hard, and Daniel Lim. De Leon is his nickname. Let's go to Chevy Red in the ring.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is bout number 5, presented to you by Fightbook. This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the super middleweight division. And making their way to the ring first, Daniel D. Lion Lim.
D-Lion before. Have you?
I think he's just calling himself a lion.
Yeah,
You know?
I think that's Ebonics for the Lion.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
We can do any translation you need
Thank
along
you
the
for
night.
the
Don't worry about that.
cultural, you know, tip right there.
Yeah, that's a Mufasa reference.
I'm more familiar with Daniel Tiger.
Kid is from the Philippines, so you know he brings that sort of that Asian Latin flair to the ring tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, what can you say about this kid? This kid is Filipino. He's following the footsteps of the great Manny Pacquiao. He's out there in Las Vegas, living on the compound. They eat, sleep, train, all of that, boxing, you know. So we got a young the Lion here coming in, very, very focused and determined at 11-5.
And this is the city that really honed Manny Pacquiao just east of us at Wildcard Boxing. And let me tell you, there was lines around the corner for Filipino fighters to come in there and touch their heroes' gloves. So it is not lost on this fighter that he is fighting in Los Angeles on Santa Monica Pier at the hallowed grounds where Manny Pacquiao.
And now, making his way to the ring, Isaiah Too Hard Carr.
Anybody about too hard?
Yeah, well,
that's all
explain
you.
the nickname. It's not spelled. It's a two. I imagine that means T-O-O?
Can you ever actually be too hard? This is the kind of nickname that you're going to have to live up to when that first bell rings.
Yeah, that's a hard one to beat. But yeah, so the kid is from Kannapolis, North Carolina. He made the shorter trip, I guess, if you're coming from the Philippines.
Right.
He's undefeated, 5-0, 3 knockouts, and he's a lefty. So this will be an interesting chess match.
Tell you what I like about this kid. Not only is he a lefty, a lot of amateur experience, multiple national tournaments. Plays very high, and most of them is bringing all that into the ring tonight.
Sean, how do you see the matchup with a lefty and an orthodox fighter? The orthodox fighter has more experience. However, is it necessary to have that experience with a southpaw fighter for it to matter?
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen it along the way.
This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the super middleweight division. Your judges at ringside are Fernando Vidal, Pam Hayashida, Tiffany Clinton, and your referee in charge of the ring, Ray Corona. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing silver and black, weighing in at 169.2 pounds, with 11 professional fights, with 3 wins coming by way of knockout. From Bukidnon, Philippines, Daniel D. Lion Lim.
All right, Sean, give us a tail of the tape.
Oh, no, not yet.
Sorry.
Fighting out of the red corner, wearing royal blue and black, weighing in at 170 pounds, with a professional record of 5 wins, 0 losses, and 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Charlotte, North Carolina, Isaiah Too Hard Carr.
All right, Showtime, now give it to me.
Yes, sir. We got a 6'1" over a 5'7" Isaiah Carr, also 74-inch reach. Also to note that he's a southpaw. So this is a tall order for Daniel Lim.
Yeah, Isaiah Carr, 5-inch reach advantage. Also, let's note that D. Lion is coming on a 4-fight losing streak. Never good, always trying to get over that hump, but it's got a way on you.
Listen, when you're on a 4-fight losing streak, it's hard to get that first win back, you know? Getting matched up like this against a 5-0 guy is not a good sign.
All right, let's see how hard Isaiah Carr comes out. And here we go. Isaiah Carr in the dark blue trunks. Daniel Lim from the Philippines. Hopefully no jet lag here. Round 1. Again, this is super middleweights. We're going 4 rounds maximum length.
Right from the outset, I see Lim making moves, but not making any action. He's going left and right, but bringing no offense. That's not a good sign. That's not a great start.
Wasted energy.
Well, he's just setting himself up to be hit.
Well, let's see what's on the other side of him. Flashing jab, you know, tall frame, you know, very, very strong stature in Isaiah Carr.
He's got him against the ropes now, and Lim able to move his way out of there. Running for his life so far. No heavy punching. A little strategy here, trying to feel each other up a little bit.
If Lim is going to break that losing streak, this Lion's going to need some teeth.
Continue on, radio. Continue on.
I mean, as you see, it's Carr stalking Lim. It's Lim trying to stay out of the way, survive already in the first round. That's not the mentality of a winner. I don't think that Carr is going to let him stick around unless Lim brings some type of offense.
All right, there was a little flash of offense.
I mean, that's a survival punch.
Oh,
really.
yeah.
It's just don't hit me again, please, sir.
And he's not going to listen to you, Raheem. He's going right up top. I think he must have heard you. He's like, I am going to punish him. Little counter there by Lim, but he gets 3 in return. Too hard. Throwing some really, really fast punches. going up top. And you know, the Filipino body type, the legs, always super strong. These guys are tough to knock down.
Yeah. You know what I like about Carr, though, is his patience. I
Yes.
like that he's still working behind the jab. He's not coming out here just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Lim. He's really trying to set it up. Usually when you see that, something like this is bound to happen at some point.
Carr is comfortable. This is the kind of fight that you ask for if you want to show out and show off.
Yeah.
All right, connecting little punch up top there, Lim. 11-5, 3 knockouts for D. Lion out of the Philippines. Again, same corner, and there goes the attack.
And we talked a lot about Manny Pacquiao and this being hallowed ground for him. However, I heard a lot of shouts for too hard from the crowd. So Carr is bringing a fan base to this fight. There are people out here who want to see him win, and he is taking his time and executing this fight because he wants to be impressive tonight.
I'll tell you what, he's winning fans as well. Acting accordingly, taking what's being given to him, punching with punch placement. He's doing a lot right now, and I like it all.
Yeah, a lot of conviction behind those punches for Too Hard. And he's got that eye of the tiger. He is laser sharp, laser focused.
And we must say, for Lim's sake, even though he's not mounting much offense, he's also just not laying down and falling down over any shot. He'd had any excuse already to have taken a knockdown and get away with the easy paycheck. I think he does want to survive.
We got some former fighters in the corner of Isaiah Carr.
Yeah. You see, like this, Sean, a fighter like Carr, like you talked about being so patient, executing, there's going to be former fighters in his corner because this is a guy who has a good future. He's 3 knockouts in 5 fights. Looked like he might be on his way to the 4th. You can see the acumen here. You can see that he's got talent.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dion Elam and Adam Lopez are trainer and the second for Isaiah Carr, who obviously won the first round. Let's go to round 2.
It's notable that one of the men in the corner, we used to call him Kung Fu Kenny. You might remember him from the Martin Lawrence show. He was the karate man, hilarious and talented, but it was real.
All right, Too Hard is coming out with a lot more emphasis now. Not wasting any punches. Very precise here at the beginning of round 2.
So listen, while we applaud the patience and we applaud the strategic boxing of Carr, he looks great. He looked great that first round, but this second round, go ahead and turn it up and force this referee to do his job.
There are only 4 rounds to get the job done, and this is a knockout you should get because it's not an easy knockout to get, Sean. It's like Lim knows how to survive. He's not here to get stretched on his back. So it is a challenge for Carr, and it's one he should accept.
And by accept, you mean step up to the plate, but figure it out, do what needs to be done.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah. Good straight
Nice left there, that straight, and then a follow-up, and yep, he hit the. You have to look for a little space to breathe, and the canvas is always good. You always get a little refreshing.
Not always good.
If you need the time, the kid needed the time.
From my angle, it looked like a body shot, maybe straight to the solar plexus.
Yeah.
This could be it. That's it.
Finished with a right hook from the southpaw.
Wicked combo right there to finish him off. Oh, yeah.
Excellent
Another knockout.
performance.
2 consecutive fights with vicious knockouts. Tremendous fight here by Isaiah Carr, who improves his record to a perfect 6-0, 4 KOs. Pretty solid. I like the kid.
2 very different fights with 2 finishes that look similar but got there different ways. This fighter, Isaiah Carr, is a talent. You've seen exactly how patient he was, how crisp his execution was. And yes, Sean, we were starting to say it's time to step up. We only got 4 rounds. Let's see a little bit more, but he was breaking his fighter down. He knew what he was doing in there. I think it really was the solar plex shot, the body shot, that set up the ultimate knockout.
Let's go to some replays, guys. Break this down.
Beautiful straight left to the head, and then followed it up with the straight left to the body. The solar plex, that's the one that you call. I mean, a very clean straight left to the head. This is textbook, right down to the body. The hands come up, you go down. He went down.
Yeah, and here comes the finisher. Here comes the finisher. 2 angles.
That uppercut was mean. Left uppercut right through the guard of Lim. And as you can see, the way that limb not only went down, he crumbled. But not only that,
well, if
he lays on his stomach. I'm done. I want to take.
If your nickname is too hard, you better be a finisher.
And you know what? One of the things that Isaiah does, he owns a wholesaling real estate business. Very little real estate in here, but he knew exactly how to use it. Hey, this is California. Expensive. Woo. Santa Monica, every square inch. And you know what?
And Lim paid for it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
he made him pay for it.
He's going to live rent-free in Lim's head until Lim can get out there and maybe break this losing streak.
Yeah, well, we went out on a limb with De Leon, but he couldn't survive more than, 4 minutes or so. All right, let's go to the official announcement. Back up to the ring with Chevy Red.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for 1 minute and 26 seconds of round number 2, your winner by knockout, Isaiah Too Hard Hard.
Thank you, Isaiah.
All right.
Big week, perfect season. How do you feel?
I feel great, man. I feel amazing. I feel like a champ. First off, I want to give a shout out to the Most High for waking me up this morning and allowing me to continue to be the best version of myself. Shout out to my team, New Era Boxing Club, Young Long, Kenny Wet, Adam Lopez, Zach. They all had to get here. Shout out to Down Boxing back in Charlotte, North Carolina. Shout out to my mom and dad, little brother, little sister. Shout out to Mark and BB for putting this amazing show on, man. This is an amazing show.
Take us into the moment when you impact your opponent. What went through your mind?
Man, you know what I'm saying? That's really all really went through my mind, you know what I'm saying? I'm setting up with the jab, and I seen the uppercut was there, so hey, I took it, you know what I'm saying?
What's next for you?
Anything it takes, you feel me? I'm ready for anything. I stay in the gym for this, you feel me? Bigger than boxing, it's divine purpose.
Thank you, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alejandro. So we obviously have rising stars in the ring so far. We also have current stars here in Santa Monica. We're near Hollywood. Andy Ruiz apparently standing by. Let's go to that interview.
All right, we're here with the Destroyer himself. Last time we chopped it up with this man, it was in New York City right before he became unified heavyweight champ of the world against Anthony Joshua. Andy Ruiz. What's up, champ?
Just right here, man. Just coming over here to support the charity boxing event for cancer, you know. So wanted to come over here and show love, and have family members too that have cancer. So I wanted to come over here, show my respects, you know. And you know, it's a beautiful event right here. You know, a lot of young fighters on their journey, trying to become champions, trying to change their lives, trying to share their loved ones' lives. So it's beautiful to see.
No, actually, the last time we talked to you, we was eating smash burgers. We was eating smash burgers in L.A. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right, but listen, what is this like to you? You know, you haven't fought in a stage like this. What does this look like to you?
It brings back memories, you know. For me, trying to climb up the ladders, trying to get those big fights, get those big money fights, to get those championship bouts. So like I said, everybody right here is trying to get to their dreams. And just one step at a time, and they're doing it.
You know, you got to introduce your mini-me here, right here.
I got my son right here. There's Andy Ruiz III, trying to make him a champion as well, man.
Oh, so you've been spending time in the gym boxing?
Yeah, spending time in the gym, just working out, you know, just trying to be champion like my dad.
But do you have that fast left hook like your father?
Yeah, it's hard, man. I be sparring with them. Since I'm still recovering from my hand against Gerald Miller, everything's looking good, man. But me and him be cracking in there, and it's fun, you know.
That's what I was going to ask you next. I remember interviewing you here in L.A., walking back to the dressing room when this hand was swollen. Looks like it's still swollen.
It's actually going to stay like that.
Really?
It's going to stay like that, but like the doctors told me, it's going to recover really good. So a lot of people don't know I had surgery on my hand, so that's the reason why I took a long layoff. You know, I wanted to get right, get my mentality right. So I just want to be laser focused on my next fight, and God willing, we're going to be talking to Turkey and see what opportunities he has in my side.
Yeah, that was a very close fight against Gerald Miller, very entertaining.
Tough motherfucker, too.
So the heavyweight,
Tough guy.
the heavyweight division is forever changing. We also Dillian White just got knocked out in the first round. There's so many names going on in the heavyweight division. Who do you have your eyes set on?
There's so many, man. There's the heavyweight division is wide open right now. I feel right now I gotta get myself back in there. You know, I think I want a tune-up fight, eliminator, and then I want a championship fight. But in order for that to happen, I got to get back on action, man. Back on action, back on the grind. And the most importantly was me trying to recover good, you know. Nobody wants to go in and fight unprepared, unfocused. They want to get there good, you know, on their mind on the prize.
All right, so listen, if you could just name your next big fight, who would that be?
I would love to run it back with Anthony Joshua, man. There has to be a trilogy. I know everybody's calling him out, Jake Paul, Andre Ward, so many other people, man. So, but I feel I deserve the trilogy, bro. But that's if he wants it. I don't know if Eddie Hearns will let him fight me or whatnot, even though I've been inactive, but I still got hands, man. There's Tyson Fury. I don't know why he wants to fight Usyk. He already lost 2 times, man. Nobody wants to see that. I'd rather him fight me.
Well, regardless of who you fight, Andy, it's a hot ticket. We're looking forward to seeing you back in the ring. More fights to come, guys. Let's go back to the guys ringside.
All right, thank you so much. That was Andy Ruiz. Got a lot of drip.
Yeah. He stays with the trip.
Andy Ruiz, you have to remember that this guy is the former heavyweight champion of the world and one of the biggest upsets heavyweight boxing has seen. So a lot of these fighters, they see him and see what's possible. He's really like a shining star for them, an LA legend at this stage because of what he was able to do that night. These fighters all aspire to do what he did, become world champion with all the odds against him.
All right, we move forward now. We now go to the middleweights, 6-rounder. All right. Before we go to that, why don't we show some replays of the previous fight? Isaiah Carr, Daniel Lim. It was so good, we got to see it again.
I was going to say the main thing is we just got to show the respect to what Isaiah Carr is doing very early on in his career, being methodical, being smart, being patient, finding the right punches. We saw great punch placement. We saw him take his time, look for what was there when it wasn't there. He didn't force anything. I even know myself as a young fighter, I forced a lot. But then here comes the body shot. Boom, crumbles him. You saw that one right, radio, and then he ended it with another right hand.
The more impressive thing than even what he was able to do in the ring, and when I say more impressive, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but what I mean is that the post-fight interview, he said, I feel like a champion.
Yeah.
That's how he should feel. He's far from a champion with 6 fights in, even with 4 knockouts. However, it's the mindset that lets you know this man has a destination in his mind, and he is getting there patiently and accurately. So I can't wait to see him in his 7th fight. He is on his road to somewhere, and in his mind, he's already world champion.
At the Albright along the Santa Monica Pier, enjoy award-winning seafood like our whole steamed lobster or crab. Look at that squeeze. Indulge in our famous whole grilled lobster with Old Bay Street corn, fresh guacamole, and warm flour tortillas. Bask in our ocean views with oysters on the half shell. Enjoy classics like our shrimp or lobster rolls and our New England clam chowder in a sourdough bread bowl, or upgrade your seaside dining experience with our popular seafood platter. Your table awaits along the Santa Monica Pier at the Albright.
And we're back live here at the Santa Monica Pier for an amazing night of boxing. We now head to the middleweight division, 6 rounds. Eric Apresian and Terrell Adams. Guys, this should be a fun one as well.
This is 100% going to be all of that and more. We got some big boys now. So we're going to see. We saw some power in the last fight, but it was definitely a mismatch. This one right here, even match with some power. Both these guys aggressive. It's going to be a good one.
All right, let's go back in the ring to hear the particulars before this fight.
gentlemen, just a quick reminder, all proceeds from tonight's event go towards the American Cancer Society. So make sure you guys check out the gear and the silent auction. And now for bout number 6 of the night. This bout is brought to you by Fightbook and Easy Track Software Solutions, as well as Los Angeles News. And making their way to the ring first, Terrell, the sharpshooter, Adams.
You gotta love sharpshooter. Everybody that's come down this aisle is promising us something with these monikers and nicknames. Sharpshooting is my favorite kind of boxing. I hope he can deliver on that tonight.
And look at him, fun, just like his brother, Brandon Adams, has contended for world championship titles a couple of times. His younger brother coming up behind him, only 10-1 at this point. A lot of energy from the Adams family. We see it right there.
The Adams family.
I did that.
Yeah, you just said it. He's young brother Brandon, who was originally supposed to headline his card. But hey, a better offer came along. He's going to be in the Canelo Crawford card. Yeah, I would have done the same.
Yeah. I mean, no brainer. He had to take that. Steps in, little bro. A little bit bigger than Brandon. Just as much energy as him. We'll see if he's got this
and a very
skill.
long layoff. Showtime. Over a year since his last fight.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even realize Terrell was boxing, so he's had some up and down moments being unfocused, but we'll see what tonight has for him.
And that year is only a third of the time that his opponent has been out of the ring, so he's sharp and seasoned compared to what he's going to be facing tonight. One man's opportunity, in this case, became another man's opportunity.
Mm-hmm. And now,
Brandon is here,
making his way to the ring, Eric Aprazian.
Eric Aprazian, born in Poland, moving to Armenia, and apparently now he lives in North Hollywood. So kind of that international background that's always important in the game of boxing.
Here in Los Angeles, there's a big Armenian community in Glendale, in North Hollywood. I'm sure he feels right at home. He's going to have a lot of family and community support here. He's got 9 wins and 1 loss with 6 knockouts. This is really an even matchup on paper. Yeah. We'll see when that first bell rings.
It is. And by the way, this is his U.S. debut tonight. He's fought all over the place. He fought 6 times in Spain, twice in Mexico, once in the UK. Showtime, you know all about the UK and chips.
I'm warning you guys right now, no surprises in this one. I'm not sure there's an A-side, B-side in this fight. And something might happen that some of us in this crowd here don't expect. And I'm referring to the LA people here.
Yeah, and you were right. Lots of applause for Aprazian.
I like the attitude of both men coming in. Different energy, but both focused on their job tonight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we have a special guest ring announcer to announce this fight. He is the world's youngest ring announcer, Killer Kell.
And now live from the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California, this is the Fightbook Butterfly Brawl. For those in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, it's fight time! First, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds, holding fresh record of 10 wins and 1 loss, with 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Cannon Nation Boxing from Watts, California, give it up for Terrell, the Sharpshooter Adams. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall, also weighing in at 156 pounds, holding fresh record of 9 wins and 1 loss, with 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Kamensky Boxing, fighting out of Armenia by way of Poland, give it up for Eric Aprazian.
that guy to think he's got a future.
Yeah, he does.
And a memory as heck.
Yeah.
He didn't even look at a card.
This kid puts in some work. He trains for this weekly.
Well, as I'm keeping the scorecards, that is a 10 out of 10. That is a great round right there
and
from
he's
our little...
already holding the mic under the ref. Tail of the tape, guys.
There it is. Take a look at it. You see the height, the reach advantage in Adams' corner. I think that he's going to need all of that.
Listen to my command at all times. Protect yourselves at all times.
So who's the favorite here tonight? Who is...
This right here is good.
I think the ring announcer is the favorite right now. And it must be said, I've never seen in all my days of boxing a ring announcer not use cue cards. This guy
impressive.
Absolutely memorized all of that. He is on a mission.
I'm going to tell you guys, this is a dangerous fight for Terrell Adams. Foreign fighters don't come with that same kind of style, the same kind of rhythm as his American fighters do. He's going to see a lot of foreign stuff right here in this opening bell, and we'll see how he handles it.
Well, let's see if Adam shows any ring rust after almost over a year of inactivity. Obviously, he comes in with, physically, he looks fine.
Yeah.
And Experience got that kind of stoic look on his face. He wants to just break down Adams. We'll see if that's possible. Adams obviously has the reach, and then I would hope I'll see a jab soon. Where from a sharpshooter, I need to see a good scope.
Yeah.
See, that's what you don't want to let happen.
And that's what I told you. The foot feints.
Yeah.
When do you see foot feints here in the States? You don't. You know, a foot feint and then a double jab right hand and landed all three of them.
Now we're seeing the jab from Adams, but it's a flicking jab. I don't think there's much on it. There's no intention on it yet.
Well, Preston trying to do the same, lunging in there and getting a couple in return.
Parisian is heavy-handed. You can tell by the way that thump is on that jab hand.
Yeah, stylistically, I already like this fight. This is a good matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Good straight stab to the body from a Parisian as well.
A tap jab there by Parisian. As we said, making his U.S. debut, so he's trying to please the crowd.
I feel like Adams is looking for a feel-out round while Parisian is looking to start a fight.
Yeah, no, there's no fill-out round for Parisian.
Oh, yeah, now going for the body of Parisian. These two guys are being very methodical. They know what they're doing, not wasting too much energy.
I don't like the pawing jab from Adams. I feel like this has to be a sharp shooting punch.
Yeah.
He's got to get some authority on that.
Nice little right hook to the hip coming from a Parisian there.
Going up top.
Some assertion right there from Terrell Adams with the double jab in the right hand.
Got a little messy there.
Yeah.
All right, trying to put him in the corner, slips out really nice.
Yeah, nothing is disrupting a Parisian right now. At this moment, it's his fight, and he's fighting it the way he wants to.
Said perfectly. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say Parisian is decisive.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what he wants to do. On the other hand, that Terrell doesn't know how to land the jab, only knows how to flick it, and doesn't know how to bring that right hand after the jab either. Sweeping punches that don't exactly land and do much.
I like the idea, but it's got to make the mark to make an impression.
And also nice movement there by Parisian, avoiding those punches. As we reach the end of round one.
You're right, Sean. It's just Adams is not finding his target, even in that last three-punch combination, which I like the intention. They were all short. No adjustments were made from the first to the second to the third punch. It was almost like he's looking for pad work.
Go ahead, take a stab at that name right there, Mario. That's your job.
Oh, I'm good at those names. Anatoly Kaminsky, easy. Out of Bydgoszcz, Poland. Yeah, so we were talking about Brandon being present here tonight. He's in his brother's corner. Not fighting tonight, but hey, he decided to come out to the beach. And obviously, yeah. Helping his brother.
It is a family affair in the Adams corner. I mean, this is an opportunity provided to him by his brother. He's got a great fight on the horizon himself. So I think this is the tone that Terrell Adams wants to set for his brother's fight coming up in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and as a reminder, both fighters only have one loss each. Apresian 9-1, Terrell Adams 10-1. Something's got to give.
Well, right now I think it's Apresian giving everything, and Adams trying to make an adjustment.
Anything to do with that ring rust, guys?
You don't want 3 years of ring rust against a foreign guy on a comeback fight, you know? So he's got to deal with it now. I just think that even though, like I said before, even though Apresian isn't doing anything complicated, it's just a little bit different.
It's effective.
It's effective.
Yeah.
He's doing what he wants to do.
Right.
It's the simple, most complicated thing to figure out.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
and I know as a fighter, when somebody walks through your jab and you can't figure out how to make that backhand land, yeah, it starts to mess with you psychologically. Attempting a leaping left hook was Apresian, and even though Terrell stopped that, he didn't have an answer afterwards.
Nice right up
And
top.
Apresian doesn't have
Apresian.
much side-to-side movement, so if Adams does, if he's got some better footwork, he can find some angles and get out of harm's way. He's just looking right down the barrel of Apresian's shots.
Yeah.
I don't think this is his fight. Like a firefight, trading, standing right in front of Apresian, it's not going to wear well for him through these 6 rounds.
Yeah, no lateral movement by sharpshooter, just standing in front of him.
And right now, that jab, there you go, that jab should be stiff and consistent. You can't just let Apresian walk in on you.
Funny, as you're calling for the jab, we start to see Apresian right there using that head movement. Again, a feint, something that stuns your opponent, freezes him, and then you create an opening.
Yeah, I think because Adams is hesitating.
Nice.
Apresian's working that.
Double lunging jab there by Apresian. Undeterred, doing exactly what he wants now. Yeah, penetrating the guard.
I'm hearing shouts from Adams' corner now, get out of there. That's not what you want to have to use your footwork to do. You want to create opportunities off your footwork, not escape the opportunities of your opponent.
Right.
Nice way to end it. When he said get out of there, I thought maybe he meant, like, go home.
No, I don't think either one of these fighters is ready to go home yet. We still have a lot of boxing ahead of us. It's just that Adams needs to find the adjustment and get confident in what he's doing in there.
All right, so this is heading into round 3. Let's go to some replays, guys.
Strong jabs coming from Apresian tonight, or today. This evening, this early evening.
It's always night boxing for me.
You can see in these replays, though, a lot of things are missing. They're coming up a little short for Apresian, but it's the presence.
And the pressure.
And the pressure that's winning him this round. Also winning him real estate in Terrell Adams' head.
That's right. That's right. And I think the corner of Adams is doing the right thing. I think they now have to motivate their man to stay confident and to believe he can find a way. But it's the find a way round now.
Yeah, there it is.
And Apresian with that incessant little jab at the beginning. When you're throwing punches upwards, does that give you a disadvantage or an advantage?
You know, it depends on where you are and what you're trying to do. You know, we have something called an up jab. It's supposed to be fast, sharp, quick. It's a punch that's supposed to just land, just touch your guy, score a point, you know? But then you have other punches that you may throw and you're lower and those punches are coming up. It brings a different kind of force, and that's what we're seeing from Apresian.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but if you're in that position, you start punching to the chest, punching to the body, and bring your opponent down.
Yeah.
Make the taller guy smaller.
That's what I want to see from both these guys. You know, we've seen some right hooks coming from Apresian, but we haven't seen either of these guys decisively go to the body with intent, with true intent. the one I expect to see that from first is Parisian. I think he has the ability to do that.
And he's in there. He's inside, in range to do that, and he's not. There he is. Now that is a nice jab. It was a bit of a defensive jab, but I think it even surprised Adams that it landed so fleshly. Go back to that.
All right, a couple punches there to the body, but still not emphasizing that at all.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side of that, what can Terrell do? Terrell can jab. He can step around. That's what he should be doing, but also use some feints. That's how you stop your opponent from stalking you. You feint him. Make him think you're going to throw something, and then you work off of that.
For those who don't know, Sean is describing outboxing your opponent. Woo! And if you don't do that, you get caught with a big right hook from a left-handed fighter.
That was a big right hand that just came up short for a Parisian. That's a dangerous punch for this young man.
And it's not the kind of punch you should be getting hit with. When you're longer, when you're taller, when you should have some better foot movement than that, you can't be getting hit with lead right hooks.
Yeah, but listen, that's the perfect punch for the shorter guy.
That's
right.
You
know, that overhand right, it's a punch that you don't see. It's looping. You're shorter, so you're lower. It's a punch that you can't really predict. Good straight 1-2 right there coming from Terrell. Met the Parisian with the 1-2. Try to catch him coming in.
Are we watching Adams figure it out?
Looks like it.
Need to see a little bit more of that, but I think that might be right now a sea change. If Adams can figure out exactly how to counter what Appreciate is doing and find his angles with footwork, we could watch the momentum change right now.
I'll tell you what I think. Just like that last fight, you knew that the overhand was coming. You knew that thing was going to land.
Right.
It's coming for a Parisian eventually.
Sharpshooter was smiling, and when he smiles, he gets pegged.
On cue.
Yeah.
Sean Porter calling the shots.
Final few seconds of this round. Another solid finish by Parisian, taking this one as well.
It's a closer round, but thus far I have a shutout for Parisian.
Parisian has knocked out about 60% of his opponents so far.
Strong jabs coming from a Parisian tonight. A little bit more from Terrell this round. That overhand right there. Even though it landed, it came up short, just short enough. But I think it got the attention of Terrell Adams, excuse me. We'll see if that's a punch that lands a little bit later on in this fight. That time it came up very short.
Now, one mistake I see from Parisian is that while he's throwing that right, he's open, he's looking down, he's not actively keeping his eyes up. So, if Adams is savvy, there's an uppercut for him right there in between shots that could change this fight.
A punch that we haven't seen yet from Terrell Adams. So, one of two things. Either he's holding it in the tuck, or he ain't got it in there.
I mean, as a fighter, Sean, I ask you, though, I think an uppercut is a confident punch to throw. You got to be confident to throw that punch, and that's what Adams is missing right now.
Yeah, you got to have the confidence to throw that punch. You had to.
Parisian still focused, still doing exactly what he wants to do. And even though he's only 19 years old, only has 10 professional fights, don't forget he fought over 100 times as an amateur. That builds up everything. That builds up your style, your confidence, whatever you want. He was a 4-time Polish youth champion. So this kid has got some history behind him, and he's also got a good left hook.
Yeah, good hook right there.
Oh, nice right.
So when you get hit like that, it's like a little stun. You kind of like froze, right? If you stay froze, you stay right there, you get caught with a 1-2 like Terrell just did.
You can't take a picture of your work.
Yeah. I feel it, man. He's setting up that overhand right. That's bad news. Bad news, especially for a fighter that fights with that left hand low.
I think that's a nice counter punch from Adams. Again, I think he needs to follow that up on the stick, put that jab out there, and dictate some of the positioning in this fight.
So let me tell you what the adjustment is, and I'm going to also tell you that Terrell won't be able to make this adjustment. You got to bully the bully.
Oh.
You got to push Parisian back. You got to force him to do something different. As long as you allow him to walk and stalk, he's just going to keep finding it.
With Parisian just punching through the guard of Adams, I mean, how does he bully the bully? He's have to absorb those shots and do something.
You tuck that chin, right? You get low, you bring those hands up, something that I don't think Terrell is really used to doing. and you start with going to the body, and you use your forearms and you push. And
little low with that punch, but he's going for the body now.
Yeah. That's what we call grinding it out, you know?
Yeah.
And Parisian's getting a little disrespectful now. He is punching behind the guard of Adams.
Ooh.
He is not putting his own hands up. He is right now feeling himself, as we say. And I think Adams needs to get some respect in here before this gets ugly.
What you're saying is the Parisian's getting loose.
That's it.
When you're a strong guy and you get loose, that's a nightmare. Parisian didn't come in here with a nickname, y'all, so we gotta give him one.
Find him a good one.
He said, "I don't need a nickname."
Exactly.
Well, you guys called him a bull or a bully. Fought in Spain and is wearing red. Maybe the bull.
Bully.
The bully.
Yeah, the bully.
How about Eric the Terrible?
I think it's too soon for that, right?
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's a little too soon.
Ooh, nice right by Parisian as we near the end of yet another round. And still appears to be a shutout for Eric Parisian.
Now, if there's anything I see that Adams could maybe take advantage of, and I'll admit from the beginning this is a stretch, but I'm starting to see Parisian gasp for a little bit of air.
Yeah.
He's getting a little bit lazy with his defense. He might be getting tired in there. He might be getting a little winded. If Adams can now step up the pace of this fight, maybe he can find something in these final couple of rounds.
We see him laying back on his corner. Look, we're watching the replays right now. A lot of power coming from this young man in both hands. When you're throwing that kind of power, and on top of that, like that right there, you're missing, not landing solid, it will wear you down.
He's got 2 rounds to turn it around, that Adams, and I don't think he can get this fight without at least a knockdown and 2 hell of a rounds of high-level performance. Dominant rounds with a knockdown. Maybe it's the only way he gets out of this fight with a draw.
Look at that energy coming from a Parisian.
Adams has always been very sturdy, never been knocked down, never had a point deduction, so he's also clean.
And to that point, he hasn't been in trouble in this fight.
Yeah.
He's just been getting beaten.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been technically,
that's it.
tactically being beat by a Parisian.
And again, 32 years old, so he's not a young buck anymore. I mentioned that Parisian started at the age of 19, turned pro, 26 now, but obviously the younger guy, fresher energy.
And Parisian left that right hand out there that was blocked by Adams. I think it's Adams' responsibility to counterpunch. When you block a shot or you make a miss, you make him pay.
Yeah.
You're not going to find your knockdown without throwing punches.
He's looking for that overhead right you were talking about, Showtime.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's setting it up, those stabs to the body, you know, and just being
like
consistent with this kind of pressure and this little bounce that he's got now, just to throw off the rhythm of Terrell. However, I like Terrell just continue to use those hands, throw them, and continue to move.
Sadly, it's not enough now. We're too late in the game.
Yeah.
And Parisian has lost some speed on it. I think he's still got power on it, but it's not getting there as quickly. And the difference is Adams is not turning up while Parisian's turning down.
Yeah, it is. And he's sort of lost respect for Terrell. Obviously, he hasn't felt any of the punching.
I don't know if he ever had it.
Yeah, he's got this under control. Oh, little foot feint there.
Nice.
Going to the body.
I mean, Parisian just walking him down, swinging his lead hand below the belt. You have to absolutely make him pay for that kind of just cavalier nature. Like you say, Sean, he's not only loose, he is relaxed, comfortable, and literally doing whatever he wants to do in there. Not worried about a thing.
Not worried, not afraid to exchange. And I think more than anything, that's what he needs from Terrell now. He needs Terrell to really start letting his hands go to create openings.
Man, we're not even seeing the punch output from a Parisian in this round that we've been seeing in previous fight. He is getting tired. And we're towards the end of the fight, so, I mean, he's not the kind of tired that won't allow him to finish the fight strong. But if he doesn't get pressure from Adams, you won't see a Parisian step it up. Why should he? He knows he's cruising to a victory.
Yeah. And Parisian almost has a smirk on his face at this point.
And he can't believe his
like
good
a
fortune.
slight smile.
Look, on paper, looking at this matchup, I'm sure he expected a bit of a tougher fight than what he's gotten. He's also over 3 years out of the ring, so he has to be very happy with his performance tonight. To be coming back after near 3.5 years out of the ring with a performance like this, Eric Aprisian has to be very satisfied with what he's doing. And Terrell Adams at this point is giving him a bit of a gift. It should have been a lot of pressure in there. You got to make sure that this guy has the stamina and the engine to go 6 rounds after that long out of the ring. And he's not getting that kind of pressure tonight.
Another round really controlled by Aprisian in a lot of ways. Those punches coming around the guard of Terrell, just trying to kind of pin him down at some point. This round was Aprisian. I also like the jabs coming from Terrell this round, just not enough of it. And I understand what you're saying, Raheem. You're saying, hey, it's too late for that.
Yeah, we got 1 round left. I mean, let it all hang out. Unless you're just living to fight another day, hopefully you'll be in your brother's corner and get a win that way. Then you've got to sell out right now. And that is entirely up to Adams what his mentality is.
Yeah, at this point, do or die for Terrell Adams. Running out of time. Last 3 minutes of this fight.
The disservice that both of these guys did to themselves, also their corners. These guys, neither of them really found the body to slow the other one down, you know. Aprisian being more aggressive and punching with a lot of power, so that's why he slowed down. But Terrell never did himself any justice by trying to pinpoint Aprisian's body to take some of that steam off the punches.
And if he had, Sean, right now, Aprisian might be dead armed and ready for a knockout.
I agree. Yeah. What you do with a strong fighter that likes to punch really hard, you stab him to the body and you move. You stab him to the body and you move. And we call that making deposits. Because later on in the fight, even though this is only 6 rounds, you can cash in on those deposits. A guy is slowed down enough in rounds 5 and 6, you can really take advantage of it.
Aprisian going low, maybe a little too low, but yeah, at this point, he figures maybe the body's going to do it for me.
And now you see the jab fight at home. You saw Adams successful with the 1-2, but that is because Aprisian is slowed down. If he was able to make those deposits to the body, like you said earlier in this fight, this last round might be a hellacious one. But right now we're looking at what almost mimics the end of a sparring session. Neither one of these guys are ready to gear up. They are ready to go sit down and take the official particulars from the judges.
Well, Aprisian at least trying to be assertive and make something of it.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. I mean, Aprisian's doing enough to, to win the round, at least try to win the round, and keep Adams honest, but I don't think he's going for it. He's not really, Aprisian not taking any chances, because Adams not forcing him to.
I would go for it.
A few seconds ago, Adams flashing a big smile towards his corner. He's happy to still be in there.
I think that's a kind of poo-eating grin. He knows that this is not the fight he wanted to fight tonight. And he also knows he's running out of time. The previous corner is almost out of their chairs, screaming for him to keep going. They think that they're close to a knockout.
Aprisian taking some big swings there, nothing too concrete, nothing. All right, 2 or 3 punches. Finally, they let loose. Oh, a little bit too late.
Where was that?
Nice way to end it, though. But yeah, where was all that during the previous?
Maybe if this was a
6 rounds,
12-round fight, we'd have seen a sea change. I do think that maybe there was.
I'm glad it's a 12-rounder because neither of these guys another round and they both be pooped out.
And that's when you get a knockout, and that's what we're here for, Sean. Any way we can get it.
Nonetheless, a good boxing match.
So,
indeed.
Showtime, what did Aprisian learn tonight from this fight? We talked about that long layoff. This is good for him.
Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily learned anything tonight. It's up to him in his corner in terms of what technically we didn't see. But from the outside looking in, he seems to be, to me, I know you say, he's not No, by no means am I saying he's in position to contend, but I think with more work, with getting back in here a little sooner, he's shown that he's strong enough, shown that he's got IQ, he's shown that he's got technical skills, and I think moving forward he might be able to do something.
All right, let's see some of the best moments of the fight.
Right hands coming up short all night long, y'all. No. This was a pretty good boxing match. That was the end of the fight right there, which was probably the most exciting part of this fight, and even though it was only about 6 seconds.
Yeah.
But
it was a lot of the same. We talk about adjustments during fights.
Yeah.
Is that a corner issue, or is that just the inability for someone to make those adjustments?
It's both. Sometimes it's the corner. Other times it's the corner telling you adjustments to make, and you can't go out there and do it. It didn't seem to me like either of these guys were given instructions to do anything more different than what they were doing.
And we got to give some grace to Terrell Adams. This wasn't his fight originally. He stepped in late notice. He stepped in for his brother who had a better opportunity, and he did what he could do, but wasn't enough tonight. And I think Parisian might have gotten the gift in the return after 3.5 years. This is the kind of fight you want to be in.
All right, let's go back up to Chevy Red for the official particulars of this fight. All right, so we're waiting for Chevy to make her way up in the ring. At this point, Apprecian knows what's about to happen.
There's not a whole lot of suspense here right now, but there's a lot going through both fighters' minds. I think maybe if the brother Adams had his original date, I don't know if this had gone so well for Parisian. I think this was a good comeback fight for him. It turned in his favor. There's not, I think, a lot of suspense from the judges unless something's gone terribly wrong.
These long moments of waiting make us a little worried. All right, here we go. Let's see what the judges have to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of action, we have a decision. Judge Haishida scores about 60 to 54 for Eric Abrazian.
Uh-oh.
Judge Miglior scores about 57 to 57.
Uh-oh.
And Judge Villarreal scores about 58 to 56 for your winner. Fighting out of the red corner, Eric Abrazian.
All right, so we talked about it always gets you a little nervous when they wait a while for those cards. I don't know, that 57-57, either we saw a different fight.
All of us here didn't think that thing was very complicated, but here we are.
All right, well, let's see what he's got to say. On, take it away.
Maybe somebody needed their eraser. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Yeah, there shouldn't have been much suspense, but let's hear what the winner has to say.
Congratulations. Fight. First couple rounds. Neither you much. Went into that last round. A lot of energy. The last round. The thing is, I haven't boxed for a while, and it took a while to. Yeah, I mean, going into this fight, because in a long years, went into this fight. Feel that? A couple times with the right hand and the left hand, He's definitely a strong fighter, He got really good job. And I believe he did a great fight. Did you agree with the judge that had the fight even? Even? One judge had the fight 57-57. Did you agree with that? I mean, one definitely 4 rounds, I mean, I can win this fight. Look, I see you've been open. Oh yeah, definitely, probably in 2 months, we have a few people around, so we see who's gonna come. Looking forward to seeing you again. Goodbye. Thank you. And I would like to see up, you know.
Make sure my thing is up.
There it is.
Make sure I touch it.
That's for the coach. Guys.
All right, guys, back here to ringside. All right, so, yeah, he admitted the fact that sort of that long layoff had a little bit to do with some of the game plan and the activity in the ring. But why don't we review some of the best moments of the fight? And apparently one of the judges thought that Adam did enough to pull off a draw.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll talk about at some point. But the main thing here is I think the right guy won the fight. I don't even think I know that the right guy won the fight. But beyond that, you talk about the three-year layoff and punches that came up short. If he's been active, those punches more than likely would not have come up short. He would have been a little bit more explosive, a little quicker, a little faster, things like that. Shout out to Little Man, Killer Cam, the announcer, youngest announcer, did his thing. For both these guys, man, I thought it was a pretty good fight. Like you said, Terrell stepped in for his brother, so this is probably his best that he could have looked.
And he didn't look great, but he also didn't get hurt in there. He didn't really embarrass himself.
Yeah.
It was just that Parisian was ready for this fight, and his game plan was working. It was that Adams couldn't find the adjustment that could turn the tide soon enough. I think he found it in the last 10 seconds of the 6th round. That might have been the beginning of his fight and the end of Parisian's fight. But we ran out of clock.
If only it was the world championship
right here.
fight.
Maybe that's what that judge was judging the whole fight on, the last 30 seconds, because that's the one I think needs a layoff. Right here, you can see that this is what we wanted from Adams all fight, and he couldn't find it. So credit to Parisian for being ready for the moment. A 3.5-year layoff is no short amount of time for a fighter. So the fact that he had the engine to get through those 6 rounds, he's still had enough gas in the tank to stay defensively responsible, but not able to get what could have been, I think, a knockout maybe if he had been sharp and had the kind of energy that you should have for a 6-round fight.
Agreed.
And all right, we'll be back after a message from one of our sponsors. Well, legado means legacy, guys, and some of the participants tonight are trying to establish that here. Under the stars, the sun is fading now, and this is indeed an amazing, amazing background for boxing. Enjoying this so far. So far, so good.
I think that this really is legendary, having a boxing match right out here on the pier. No one can ignore this. You know, so to me, this is what boxing needs. A track the people that don't know about this thing that we love so much, this thing that we love to commentate and respect. Get the people out there that don't watch it. Hopefully we gain some fans today.
As much as the atmosphere can provide a platform, it's the fighters that have to make this night worth attending, and they've done that for us. I mean, right from the deep undercard, before we even went to the main card, every fighter out here came to win. We saw knockouts, we saw blood, guts, we saw excellent fighting from not just the A sides, but the B sides. So we saw a big upset. You can't ask for much more than that at this level of boxing. Everybody here tonight came to make a statement, and some did, and we think we may have seen some of tomorrow's stars today.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes a city to cooperate with a promoter, with a broadcaster. And so tonight, the city of Santa Monica allowing us to be here to, putting on a great show. Alejandro Navarro has a special interview with the mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negrete. Alejandro, take it away.
Ron, I voted against myself 3 times because we vote on the dais who's the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mario. We're having a blast. We're having a good chit-chat over here with the Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete. Thank you so very much for having us over here. What a beautiful combination, the ocean.
You can't ask for much more than that at this level of boxing. Everybody here tonight came to make a statement, and some did, and we think we may have seen some of tomorrow's stars today.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes a city to cooperate with a promoter, with a broadcaster. And so tonight, the city of Santa Monica allowing us to be here to, putting on a great show. Alejandro Navarro has a special interview with the mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negrete. Alejandro, take it away.
Ron, I voted against myself 3 times because we vote on the dais who's the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mario. We're having a blast. We're having a good chit-chat over here with the Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete. Thank you so very much for having us over here. What a beautiful combination, the ocean breeze and the boxing event. Please tell us how this old event or the chit-chat with Mark started to put together this event.
Well, this is the brainchild of Mark Habibi, myself, Captain Rudy Flores. We got on the phone. He wanted to do boxing, and it was originally a butterfly ball that his cousin, who had cancer years ago, they would do this event that turned into a boxing match to raise money. Near and dear to my heart as a breast cancer survivor, I said, let's do it. He said, let's raise funds for a great cause. So we have 2 great causes. American Cancer Society. My group is the Tough Titty Committee.
There it is, embracing the colors.
Yes, and also Police Activities League. We have great programs, including boxing for the kids. So it was really the brainchild of Mark Habibi getting together and saying, how can we bring this iconic sport to an iconic pier for 2 great causes? And so together we went and gathered some of the greatest folks. I brought Mixmaster Mike, who's performing here as well.
Shout out to him.
Yes, from the Beastie Boys. And we have a bunch of great, amazing musicians and performers. We've got other brands. Everyone came together, true community unity effort to put this on. So super exciting.
And also we were talking about the possibility to do more events here in the Santa Monica Pier. Please tell us more about it.
Yes, so we are trying to cut the red tape. So anybody who's watching out there, if you think you could never have an event on the pier, let me tell you, you thought wrong. Come and check it out. We are trying to have live music. You see, we're doing boxing, something we haven't done before. We just had an amazing skating event. So we're trying to just tell everybody that we want you to know that we want to do events. We want to bring the community together. And if you got a great cause for the funds to go to, that's even better because it makes it less expensive for your event on the pier. So come check it out. You too can have an ocean backdrop and the amazing yellow iconic roller coaster behind you.
There it is. I must confess that I'm having a good time over here. But last but not least, a few words in Spanish for all the community.
Sí, estoy muy emocionada porque eso es para la comunidad, pero también es para 2 gran causas que para mí está muy importante. Breast cancer y también los niños de Police Activities League. So.
There it is. Thank you so very much, Mayor, for having us over here. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Alejandro. And we're pretty confident the best is yet to come tonight. We've got the main event. That is Chantel Navarro, up and coming. She's going to be a star. The youngest female boxer to be recruited by Nike for a commercial campaign. She's spectacular in the ring. We're going to see her. We got Mark saying, super bad. Glad that's also going to be spectacular. You guys like Beastie Boys? The Beastie Boys?
Listen, they're not only doing boxing at the pier, but they're handing out license to ill. This is an iconic moment for hip-hop. You cannot understand how happy I am to hear that Mix Master Mike is going to be on the ones and twos for us here in Santa Monica Pier. Iconic.
Yeah, we can't wait to hear that. We're gonna step away for just a few minutes because we need to check it out. Yeah. We're gonna take a short break and we're gonna come back with the main event, co-main event, and more amazing stuff. So we'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Don't go away. And welcome back to the iconic Santa Monica Pier for a night of boxing. The most beautiful background ever for a boxing show. Stars above, stars in the ring tonight. This is the Butterfly Brawl, where boxing meets the Pacific Ocean. And we are ready for the second half of our show. We've seen some pretty epic fights so far, but it's going to get even better. Getting a little chilly here, about 68 degrees, but we're going to turn up the heat inside the ring. But first, let's go to Ak and Barack. They got something special.
Let's go. All right, we're joined here by a good friend of ours who was supposed to be the main event on this very card here, but I want to jump right into it. You're not here for a better reason.
No, we know why.
People are talking about it. They're trying to whisper, but it seems to be true.
Whenever you get taken off one,
you're gonna be on a big card. Talk about it.
Yeah, man. Got a great opportunity. We were looking to fight here tonight. Right. It's a beautiful belt on the line. I got a call to fight September 13th, man. I'm super excited about that.
Wait. That's Canelo. That's Canelo and Bud.
Same
my
day,
God.
same day.
No.
Wait, is it in Las Vegas?
Yes, it's in Vegas.
Is it in the Allegiant Stadium?
It's going to be in the Allegiant Stadium.
Congratulations,
Thank
brother.
You so
Congratulations.
much. I appreciate it.
But rewind real back. Let's go back to this right here, to Butterfly Brawl right here. Your brother scorecards were, they gave a Parisian all of the rounds, and then there was a draw card. What do you think about that?
You know what? I think that I'm a fighter and not a judge. Had I been a judge, me just not being biased watching the fight, I told my brother he needed to become a lot more aggressive during the fight, especially at the end. The first few rounds, he started off a lot, better than he did than closing out. And I felt, you wasn't injured, you wasn't hurt, nothing was wrong with you physically. You should have kept, that kind of pressure, kept that level of energy up. And that way, he would have gotten his hand won, even if he wasn't on, the heavy favorite to come into the fight or whatever that is.
Can you talk about, before we get out of here, the opponent that you're going to be fighting in Las Vegas September 13th?
You know what? It's Sergey Boychuk. They've been asking for a rematch. You know what I'm saying?
Exclusive.
Yeah, I'm saying. They've been asking for a rematch. He's been doing very well. He's been winning a lot of his fights. He had like one hiccup, if I'm not mistaken, against Virgil Ortiz.
Which was a close fight. I think it was a majority decision loss.
Yes. I thought he won because him being the champion, you got to beat the champion. Or at least that's what I believe going into that fight. But Boychuk has grown from the last time he and I have fought. And now, you know what I'm saying, he's able to come back and rematch me and show how much he's grown.
So they got you ranked around 15, 16 right now. If you were to beat Boychuk, you should be at least ready for a title shot.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're looking forward to. That's what I wanted. I'm looking forward to being in the ring with the absolute best. And given that position, fighting right here September 13th, being able to fight against one of the top fighters in the world, it propels me to be able to keep showcasing that I can fight the top fighters in the world and beat the top fighters in the world and become a world champion.
Well, listen, last time we saw you, it was a very close fight against Kazarakis, and a lot of people felt you won that fight. It was a great performance, so I know you got a chip on your shoulder. Give me a prediction on what we're going to see on September 13th.
You know what? I've learned, don't leave it in the ref's hands. The ref got a job to do, and it ain't for me and it ain't for you. Judges are going to do what they're supposed to do. So it's my job to make sure that I can just tune all of that out and get the victory. Knockout.
There you have it. Knockout, folks. Let's get back to the Butterfly Brawl. Let's go to the ring to Sherry Red.
All right, guys, we'll take it from here. And, of course, we are at Santa Monica. This is the Santa Monica Pier, where people have been gathering for a very special night of boxing. And, by the way, good luck to Brandon Adams. He's going to be performing in that Canelo Crawford bout in Las Vegas at the home of the Raiders. That's going to be pretty spectacular.
It's a big one. Listen, boxing is changing. Guys who wouldn't normally get these kind of opportunities, they are now. Brandon Adams is a guy that deserves it.
You know who else is ready? Vlad Panin, Superbad, and John Vincent Moraldi for all the particulars. Let's go inside the ring with Chevy Red.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live here on the here for your 7th bout of the evening. And making their way to the ring first, John Mulawin Vincent Morade.
Moralde, 31 years old, 78 days since his last fight, coming off a first-round KO loss to Santiago Dominguez. That is never good. The guy's impressive, 27-1, but well, he's going to give it another shot. He's from Davao City, Philippines. Another Filipino tonight.
Another Filipino tonight. These guys always show up tough, show up ready. Very durable guys. As you can see right there, 27-6. Can't imagine this is the fight he's expected to win. However, like we just saw in the previous fight, you bring a foreign style, a foreign energy to the ring, something that your fellow American isn't used to seeing, and may help him, may benefit you.
Well, he loves home cooking, guys, because he's 21-0 in the Philippines. In the U.S., 2-6. Uh-oh.
Well, as a regional fighter will know, there is a difference between levels of where you're from and where you're going. He is trying to step into the global world of boxing now, making an appearance here at the Santa Monica Stadium, Santa Monica Pier, is an opportunity for him to show that he can fight beyond a regional level.
All right, let's see who his opponent is tonight. Let's go.
And now, making their way to the ring, Vlad Superbad Pettis.
Superbad. That's the guy you are anxious to see tonight. Showtime?
I am high on Mr.
You
Patton. I saw Patton once upon a time ago, last year I believe it was, down in Houston. I had the opportunity to broadcast him, commentate a fight that he was in, and he just, he marveled. He looked good. He looked like he had a lot of ceiling that he could reach for.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm looking for.
If you see him on Instagram or any of these social media spots, the guy's pretty impressive. Hasn't fought in almost 5 years, though. Only one fight in 2025. Is that a bad thing?
No. He had a fight earlier this year, and I think he fought last year as well. So, no, I think that, sometimes the fights are a little bit more spaced than we want them to be, but nevertheless, he's here.
All right, Chevy ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is brought to you by Turk Law, Bash Boxing, and Fight Book. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds in the welterweight division. Your judges at ringside, Fernando Villarreal, Chris Miglidor, and Tiffany Clinton. And your judge inside of the ring, Ray Corona. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white, black, and gold, weighing in at 154 pounds, .8. He has a professional record of 27 wins, 6 losses, and 16 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Davao City, Philippines, John Mulawin Vincent Morade. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red and white, weighing 150 pounds, with a professional record of 21 wins, 2 losses, and 13 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Los Angeles, California, Vlad Superbad Pettis.
Showtime, how do these two fighters compare?
Well, we see right there a significant height and reach advantage right there for Mr. Patton. So a lot for John Morade to deal with tonight.
Good right here. It's good right there. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. God bless.
All right, here we go. A catch weight of 150 pounds for this fight. Vlad Patton, known as Superbad. Can't wait to see him in action. Coming off a loss. It was a split decision in 10 rounds against Brian Oregui. That ended a 14-fight win streak for him. So he's trying to get restarted. Another streak starting tonight.
And the burning question, what does Mulawin mean? This is one of those monikers that I can't define. So we're going to have to find out what it means right now as the fight begins.
All right, we got to question his conditioning at this point, right? We're talking about Moralde.
Why? Why do we have to care?
I mean, the body. I'm just saying.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Really? Okay.
It worked in the Philippines.
I guess so. Oh, he just got caught. Moralde. Mulowin.
He
Like
catches
that right there. Yeah.
Pannon just winding up.
Yeah.
Like just getting that right ready. It's like, okay, I just needed to catch it one time.
I tell you what, though, Marty, he's unpredictable. Pannon has to be tight. And he's also on some side. He has to loosen up, but also be tight defensively. He's very, very tight right now, very robotic, and he's staying admiring his work, as you said earlier, after he lands.
I don't see much on Moralde's punches is the problem. He's also squared up when he throws.
Yeah.
He's not in a good position to punch. He's just looking for an opportunity
Oh,
between shots.
that hurt him right away. Body punch.
Should I tell him to get up, y'all?
This is the body snatching fight.
Get up. This may
It's
be
over.
it. That's it. Wow. Okay.
Listen, I gotta tell you, you don't often get that many body shot knockouts on one card. As I said to Sean, this is my favorite way to stop a fight, and he never questioned why I said that because he knows that we're both fighters. This is
We're
a
both
treat.
fighters here. I didn't.
This is a treat. You know what I mean? Sean fights in the ring. I fight in the streets.
Right.
You know, his father knows that I am the heaviest-handed reporter he's ever held mitts for.
That's
I believe
true.
you were in
That's
the
true.
ring
That's true.
when
That's
he
true.
said that.
Yeah.
And so what you are seeing really is good acumen. You don't stop a guy to the body if you're throwing wild and you don't know what you're doing in there.
Yeah.
Granted, this was an early fight, an early stop, but it was because the opponent here in Pannon had an immediate idea of how to close the show.
Sure.
So is this a disappointing sort of conclusion, or is this just a brilliant sort of attack by Pannon?
When you're coming off of that kind of intermission that we had, great punch, great accuracy, perfect punch. That was the right punch. I mean, he dug it twice.
That's
I mean, so I mean, yeah. I mean, that was inevitable right there. The second one was the one that really. The first one,
to the right,
kind of like wound it up.
right?
You know,
Sean, sometimes when you put money in the bank, you can draw it out right then and there.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
he's
yeah,
talked
yeah,
about the deposit. He put the deposit in at the teller, went outside and pulled it out of the ATM.
The thing that radio likes about that body shot is the fact that it is a punch that debilitates you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a different kind of hurt. And for guys like true pugilists like you and I, we kind of grimace at it like, because we know how it feels, you know.
Yes.
So we feel it too, don't you? You feel a little bit on your neck, you know.
Yeah, and when you say, "Oh, should I tell him to stand up?" This is what you have in your heart. This is what you have in your spirit. You want to stand up, but the legs won't work.
Yeah.
They're cramped. You
Yeah.
can't extend your torso because your abdomen is in knots.
Yeah, I've been
That's
there
what a body shot like that'll do to you. There is a difference in levels in what's happening in the Philippines and what's happening in your local gyms and communities. And so when you step up and try to make yourself a global level fighter, that is what Moralde learned tonight. And he won't be finished, but if he doesn't learn from this fight and get in a little bit better shape, be ready for a fight of this caliber, he's never going to get what he got in the Philippines, which is wins.
Yeah.
All right, I think Chevy Red is ready to tell us the exact time of stoppage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is stopped with 2 minutes and 13 seconds of round number 1. For your winner by knockout, Vlad Superbad Pannon.
Do it. Hurry up.
So what we got here is a Vlad Pannon who took a catch weight at 150, but I think he actually wants to campaign at 147. At 147, 6 feet tall, that kind of boxing acumen, he's got a great future. Hopefully it comes sooner than later.
All right, let's see what he's got to say. Aka's in the ring with the winner.
Thanks, guys. Vlad, first of all, congratulations. Good knockout victory. I mean, you fought a guy with experience going into this fight. Did you expect to get him out of here in the first round?
I was just really focused on what I had to do to be successful, and I put a lot of time into this camp, put a lot of work in, and we don't get paid for overtime, so of course I'm happy with the
first round knockout.
But, I mean, the body shot was placed perfectly. That's something that you were working on during training camp to land a body shot against him?
We always a lot, like always on in our team, and whatever the opponent is, you know, you could always slow him down with body work, and especially the quickest way to get a guy out of there is to go to the body, you know. So
Talk to me about this atmosphere, Santa Monica right here, the crowd, this type of setting for a boxing match.
This is beautiful. I mean, I'm just lucky and thankful to be part of this event. You know, you got the ocean right there, you got the pier right here. I mean, it's gorgeous, and it's a beautiful event. I'm happy to be part of it.
Before we get out of it, can you send a message to anybody watching at home, anybody that's here to support you?
Oh yeah, I just want to say thank you to all my fans, all my friends, all my supporters for me. Thank you for always sticking by me. And to the welterweight division, I'm putting y'all on notice, man. I want all the belts. Talking about another cakewalk, I want Devin Haney, I want Ryan Garcia, I want Rolly. I like these type of easy fights, you know, so let's get those guys in there.
Congratulations. Guys.
Wow, those are some big words right there.
Big
He
words.
likes them easy.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. And that's what you need. You make a statement with that kind of stoppage. We understand what he was up against, not a big challenge. But at the same time, for him to get on the stage like that and say what he said with confidence, with poise, and that's one thing I really note about this kid. He's very, very poised. I love that about him. He looks ready to me. I know he's got an extensive amateur and now professional career. I'm ready for him to take the next step. I think he is too.
We heard Isaiah Carr say he felt like a champion, and now we see that this fighter is calling out the top in the division and saying that those easy fights are what he wants. I love that mentality. That, in fact, is super bad. That is the kind of visualization that you need when you're fighting at any level. He came here to the pier, first round stoppage with a body shot, which we love, which he described accurately as a really, in-the-bank way to stop a fight. And I wouldn't say that's the way you stop a fight early. I'd say that's the way you tend to stop a fight late, unless you place it so well against a body that's not ready. And then you get a first-round stoppage like we did, and Superbad is clearly on his way to big things.
Yeah, I agree.
Jonathan Wally just came over here, his trainer, to say hello to Showtime. Well represented. This guy is a rising star, a rising presence in boxing.
Yeah, I think he's got all the right things ahead of fights like Rolly and Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, the likes of those names right there. Great corner.
Yeah.
Great work ethic.
Wearing the 17 Otani jersey.
We spoke on his college degree, showing that, he's studious, puts in the work in and out of the ring. And, the thing that I was worried about early was that he would get greedy, admire his work, get caught with something that he shouldn't be getting caught with. But before that happened, there were moments where, he got caught with some things, but then there's that right there.
He did get caught, but I don't think there was much on those punches. While they looked good because they were winging shots from Moraldi, they weren't hard shots. And so Pennon was willing to accept those punches to get off 2 or 3 counter punches in return. And we saw what happened. He was able to stop him in the first round because his punches had mustard, and the punches he was taking was barely bred.
And I go back to, I guess, a physical type, body structure. If John Vincent Moraldi is a little bit tighter, stronger, core, would that have made a difference?
Yeah, I think, we definitely can see that Moraldi wasn't fit, ready for this kind of action. Along with that kind of frame, if he's holding his arms correctly, he's able to block those punches. He's able to brace and things like that, but he just, he missed a lot.
Sean, you called it from the beginning. It wasn't even his physical challenges, which were considerable. It was his mental state when he climbed through the ropes in the first place. The first thing he did was back up, not because of a punch that landed, but because of a punch that might be coming. You can see it already. He didn't come in here really to do the business. He came in here to hopefully survive long enough to throw some crazy shot that might get him a knockdown or somehow get him the victory. That is not a winning mentality. What we did see earlier on in a fight that was something of an upset is a guy who was up against it, but throwing with intention and finding that big hook at the end to close the show. That was not the mentality of Morality, and that is why he lost tonight, because he didn't come to win.
Yeah, and this kid is hungry. He's come from nothing, and he's making his presence felt in the boxing world. We talked earlier during the introduction that, you know, they came to the U.S. from Belarus. Him and his mom ended up going to Vegas, stayed at a very humble motel for months. One of his birthdays, his mom couldn't even afford a present, so she bought him groceries and some candy as a birthday present. He had to catch crickets at a tennis court at night to feed his pet lizard. And so he said growing in America was really tough. Being a foreign kid, especially being different and being misunderstood, this kid knows what it takes to survive and to succeed.
Yeah. So when we calling out the names that he called out, those are big names.
Right.
You've never seen Vlad before. He doesn't deserve to say those names.
Yeah.
But he understands where he comes from.
Right.
He understands that he's going to be ready. I can't truly say he's ready, but that's what camps are for. That's what game planning is for. And should those fights come to him, I do truly believe that what he said in that ring, he meant it with strong intention.
Boxing is a poor man's game. That's why you can find fighters and stars in any region of the world. When he calls out those names, it's because he knows that they didn't start any tougher than him, that he is as tough as any of those guys and where they come from. What he did tonight made him feel like, hey, I can compete with anybody. I'm bringing everything that I've had in my life that has been a challenge and overcome into the ring. So anybody's name, anybody that I said in that ring is a potential victory for me. That is the right mentality. That is what this boxing brings out in people. And we'll see. We'll see if he gets those opportunities. He'll have to show and prove.
I don't know about you guys, but I have been feeling pretty safe tonight. We don't have to worry about anything. You know why? Because the Santa Monica Police Department is here.
Yeah, met some of them.
They're taking care of us, taking care of the venue. And Chief of Police Rudy Flores is ready for a quick interview.
Rudy Flores, amazing event, Rudy. No issues, everybody's happy, having a good time. Talk about this event.
Yes, it's been a great event. Thank you very much to Mark Habibi and Fightbook for considering this amazing venue here. And this is our pier. This is the beauty of Santa Monica. So we are so very excited to have this event here hosted tonight.
Could this be the start of something? I mean, this is rare, this type of venue for a boxing event. The weather is perfect, it's beautiful. Is this something that you want to, maybe have more often?
Yeah, it's funny you say that because we were just talking about it and we're saying, hey, Mark, we should host this event every single year here on our pier. I mean, it's beautiful. Look around. Look at the backdrop. You have the riots here. We have the beautiful beach, the waves breaking behind you. So yeah, we're very excited to have them.
Talk about the cause. I mean, cancer research, the Butterfly Brawl. What it means, this event.
So yes. And I know Mark Habibi started this event because of his cousin who passed away cancer, and she was an amazing individual. So Mark is a type of person who has an amazing heart and cares about the community and people and the youth. So besides the cancer part of this, Mark has made Santa Monica Police Activities League as one of the beneficiaries of this event. And so Santa Monica PAL is an after school and it's a summer program for our youth here in and around Santa Monica. And so we serve our at-risk and our most vulnerable communities here in Santa Monica. So this is huge for us. We really appreciate it.
Listen, if Mark decides to do this again or another event, back in New York City in Times Square, we had the police department fight the fire department in a fight during that fight. Card. Would you be interested in maybe getting some of your guys in the police department to maybe scrap in the ring with the fire department?
100%. In fact, unfortunately, this was planned a little late, but that was the idea. So next year, I promise you, we will have some great fights between Santa Monica and Fire Department. The rivalry lives on, and so we play them in various sports, basketball, football, and so we're ready to box.
Are you getting in the ring?
No, I'm a little too old. Yeah. I wish I could though, but no. But 100%, we will definitely host a couple of fights next year.
Well, it's a pleasure chopping it up with you. I know I'm not going to get pulled over or any tickets.
No,
While
you'll
I'm
be
in Santa
good.
Monica, I'm good,
Yeah.
right?
Thank you so much. Yeah. No, you're good to go. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. I guess it's always good to talk to the chief of police. You're not going to get pulled over.
Absolutely. You got to shake those hands and make sure they know who you are.
And tonight, Chantel Navarro is going to try to put the handcuffs on her opponent, Nancy Chatita Franco. A huge difference in experience. Chantel Navarro, 21 years of age. We're talking about the main event. So Chantel is getting ready. She's probably talking to her grandma. Grandma calls her before fights and gives her, the blessing and all that.
Yeah.
So she's in the run right now getting ready. We got another fight. Denny Davtian and Brandon Mendoza right before we head to the main event. Why don't we hear the particulars on this fight? Let's go to Chevy Red in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now scheduled for bout number 8. And making their way to the ring first, Brandon Elfino Mendoza.
Okay. Got a little Jesus walks.
Elfino. You know what's a word about Brendan Mendoza? 6, and 6 coming into Jesus walks.
Oh boy!
So one side has to win tonight.
And Davtian is half of that, a 3. So there's a lot of happening with 3 KOs. That's another 6 there for you.
Oh boy, this is a timeless song though. Shout out to old school Kanye. Not gonna touch that one.
Well, let's see how 666 does, and then we'll get into old school Kanye. I must say, just as we get towards the main event, it has been an incredible night of boxing. Wildly entertaining from the very, very first fight right through to the main card. Everybody here supporting boxing in Santa Monica on the pier. You saw the chief of police talking about the police athletic league, something that I took advantage of when I was a youth. It's a very important program. Like I mentioned earlier, boxing is really a poor man's sport and an inner city rescue. It is something that is available to the kids to do good in their community, and it's a real great honor that the police put that on. So thank you.
All right, Chevy Red. Let's welcome the opponent.
And next to the ring, Denny Davtian.
Denny Davtian from Ukraine, settled in Glendale, California. He's had a few fights fall out, by the way, but I guess when opponents see how big this guy is, I think they back down.
They go
6'4".
the other way.
This dude is 6'4".
Yeah.
His opponent 5'8". That'll be a huge difference. What is the biggest difference in height you've ever seen? Because we're talking about 8 inches tonight.
Yeah, funny. I'm brag a little bit. 5'7", and I've been in the ring with 6'6".
Oh, okay.
I'll brag a little bit. Yeah.
So Brandon should have talked to you before this fight.
He just didn't
what do
know.
I do?
Yeah.
How did you win that fight, Sean?
I won that fight. I stopped the guy and knocked him out. When you're a shorter guy going up against tall, lean guys like this, you got to have X factors. I had the power. I had the quickness. I had the speed. So I always had an X factor. If you were strong, it's cool. I was quick. I was fast. If you were fast and quick, I was strong. Could really manhandle you. So there's a recipe that Mendoza needs. We'll see if he's got it.
All right, Chevy Red, introduce us to the fighters, please.
This bout is brought to you by Fightbook and the American Cancer Society. Scheduled for 4 rounds in the super lightweight division. Your judges at ringside, Fernando Villarreal, Pam Hayashida, and Tiffany Clinton. And your referee in charge, David Sullivan. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black and gold, weighing in at 144 pounds, appearing in his 13th pro fight. In 6 of those wins coming by way of knockout, from Van Nuys, California, Brandon Elfino Mendoza. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing gray trunks, weighing in at 144.4 pounds, with 3 wins, 0 losses, and 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Glendale, California, by way of Harvick, Ukraine, Denny Davia.
Fighters, I give instructions in the locker room. Strictly in the fight. Listen to my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times.
Not the right graphic.
Here.
Sean.
This right here is good right
Listen,
here.
we already know.
Yeah, we know he's tall.
That's all we need to. That's all we need to talk about. Yeah, we got some height to fend against in the David and
Davia and Mendoza. Mendoza goes, we've been talking about nicknames, El Fino, which is the fine one, because Finito's already taken, by Finito Lopez, so let's go with Fino. Little taller, too. But nowhere near Davia. Oh, he's coming out strong.
I like it.
Yeah, swinging for the fences right off the bat. Mendoza coming out strong.
We might call him the find one. He's finding his shots early and being aggressive. I think that's exactly what he should be doing. You don't let a tall guy like this with a long reach just start dictating from the beginning.
Don't give him
Rattle
the space. Yeah, you go.
So the taller they are, yes?
The harder they fall.
Okay.
Yeah. Great movie.
Not making a prediction here. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that that's the right way to start a fight with a guy that has these type of advantages. Because another thing about being tall, Sean, maybe this is something you experienced in your fight, that oftentimes if you make them get rattled early, they're shaky on their legs. They're so tall, it's hard to be good with footwork. If you keep pressure on a guy like that, he can't really get his rhythm, can't get his timing.
Well, I tell you what, number one, man, my thing is entertainment, and this is the kind of fight we need to entertain this crowd. You got a tall guy trying to find the little guy, and then you got the little guy swinging really for the fences.
Yeah, he is, and it gets to his advantage. He's so tall, he's always going to hit the body.
Yeah.
So that's good.
And to hit the body, you need to be close. And to be a shorter fighter like this, you've got to stay in his chest. I don't know a fighter that I covered for the entirety of my career that was better at staying in somebody's chest than Showtime Sean Porter.
Well, I'll tell you what, the thing I like about Denny at this point is that he's controlling the range and the distance. He's using his feet. He's trying to get in. He's trying to get out. What he can't afford to do is park on the ropes and let Brandon Mendoza get started.
And if you think he's got a baby face, he does. He's only 22 years old. Has fought all his fights here in Southern California at the Bonaventure Hotel, Salesian High School, Academy LA, which is a club, and now at the beach. There he is, making some heavy contact. Oh, boy. But now there's a gash above his right eye.
Well, that's the downside of this wild style. Even when he comes up and he tries to take a step back, he actually needs a step and a half or more to get out of the range of the taller Denny right there.
Now, I don't think Fino should be stepping back at all. Stay in close. If you tie him up like he's doing now, if he pushes you off, bulldoze your way back in there and stay in tight. Smother the work of Denny.
Yeah.
Oh, that cut is pretty nasty. We got some blood here ringside, and we're all wearing white. That's never a good idea.
It's not in a bad place, though. It shouldn't run into his eye.
Yeah.
He really shouldn't have any trouble with it. Plus, at that altitude, it probably doesn't run as quickly as it might for a shorter fighter.
Hey, listen, Radio, you said it's not in a bad place. I thought you were going to say, so it shouldn't hit us anymore.
Yeah, it landed real close, but not the right place. These guys are trying to land, though. Fino throwing some haymakers in there and finding a spot every now and then.
We'll see what the corner can do with that cut. Like I say, it's not poorly placed. I can't get a close-up of it just yet, but hopefully they can stop the bleeding. And it is something that, again, might go just to rattling Davitian and make more room for Brandon Mendoza to do what he wants to do in there. If Denny cannot get his rhythm and cannot get his timing together, that can be the difference in this fight.
All right, let's go back to round one.
Pretty good round right there for both guys. I think we saw early on, obviously, that Brian Mendoza wanted to try to, surprise the big Davitian with some big punches. But right there at the end here, we saw Denny really come on strong with both hands.
Yeah, some wild punching. He's sort of like, he winds up too much, right? He's too open.
Yeah.
He was just looking for something that was going to work. He was really up against it in that first round. I think he was looking for anything that would connect, and he found it. He started to get something going. However, you're right. He needs to settle down now. He has that distance, and Mendoza now is ceding the ground. So we should see some jabs and some follow-up right hands with some power.
See, Denis has that that Jose Cito, not Jose Cito, that, who am I thinking of? What is his name?
Paul Williams?
No, he's got that little tick.
Oh.
What is it?
Oh, my God. All right, let's not stay here, because now you've tortured us both.
Us
My
all.
bad.
Shakur Stevenson has that tick.
Yeah. No.
This?
Yeah.
Well, I
seen
mean,
him
maybe
with
that's because his hands hurt sometimes, I think. It's
Santa
a
Cruz.
tell. Oh, okay.
All right. Davitian making some contact there, and Fino started his career with 6 straight wins. Now he's lost the last 6.
Oh.
So it's either or, and every time he wins, it's by knockout. So,
well, we'll see if Jesus walked into the ring tonight. This can be, I would have to say, an upset, even though he does have 6 wins on his record.
Yeah,
it's
a tall order.
But all 6 of those wins came by way of knockout.
Yeah,
that's something you can't ignore.
Right. It's more than likely the unpredictability that he has. What I would do if I was him, I would force the TN to give his height up.
Yeah. And the aggression, I don't know because I'm not looking at it, but I would imagine if I had to wager that Mendoza's knockouts probably came early in the fight.
Yeah.
He probably overwhelmed his opponents. They weren't ready, and he bulldozed them.
Yeah.
And right now there's still a war going on as who's going to be in charge of this fight.
Right.
All right, trying to lift Davitian there after a short clinch.
Defense.
Yeah.
Beautiful defense. You should
yeah,
come back
bring it
though, with
around.
some offense.
Yeah.
You got to make him pay. You made him miss 4 times.
Yeah.
That's some
Again,
good
make him
movement
pay.
right there.
He was in a position to hook to the body. You can't give those shots up. We've only got 4 rounds. Score.
Tell you what I like, though,
There you go.
with him making Davitian miss over and over and over, he's going to force Davitian to get a little overzealous.
And maybe even winded, even in a short fight like this, missing a lot of punches like that when you've got long arms, you're a tall guy, it's heavy.
Yeah.
Those shots can wear you out if they're not landing. I'd just like to see more offense from Fino. He's really having a good time executing his defense, but if you don't mount offense on the end of that, it doesn't count for a whole lot.
Yeah.
All right, people liking this, liking the round 2, hearing a round of applause, and it's not strange that the extreme opposites are creating a sort of an awkward fight.
Yeah, it's awkward on both ends. You got the shorter guy jumping in, lunging in. Very awkward from that standpoint. But then once he's in close, the taller guy's got nothing for him, So, Davitian's got to find it and deal with it from the outside.
And there we have it. While it's a 4-round fight, it's still anybody's fight on my card. Feels like the last 2 rounds will definitely decide this one. You see Davitian coming on and making some good work. However, what's coming up is the defense of Mendoza, which I just wish had been bookended by some offense.
Yeah, hasn't really been able to find Fino Mendoza.
Yeah, Davitian on a little
good defensive work.
frustrated there, pushing Mendoza down. That was not a knockdown. It was a push down. And you see Denny trying to establish himself, trying to get that jab going, be the boss in there. And right now, Fino is getting out of the way, but he's not getting his punches off.
He's got him cornered again, right above us.
Yeah, right above us. Go somewhere else.
Protect us. There's 3 other corners. Why here?
You know, Brandon's in trouble with the rounds because you'll lose rounds that way. Even if neither fighter is landing, then the aggressive fighter is going to get that round.
Right.
And every time they're in a clinch, Dobkin is always going for the little punches, hitting in the back.
Well, he has to. When your arms are that long, you better know how to punch and shy with short shots.
Right. Little pokes and little stabs, you know?
That's it.
They add up. Call me crazy, but I feel like I've seen this Brandon Mendoza somewhere before. I feel like I've commentated. Don't ask me when or where.
You've done too many fights, sir.
Maybe am I having PTSD from me fighting? Because this looks very familiar.
Well, did he make the same mistake last time you saw him? Because
yes,
he's allowing Deptinia to get comfortable in there, to find the rhythm. It's the same thing I was asking for from Diddy between rounds, that he needs to do exactly now what he's doing, but it's because Mendoza is giving him the opportunity. Being defensive and moving is not enough. You have to have offense. And right now, not only is he staying out of the way, but he's actually allowing Denny to find his range. And I think if this continues, the 4th round is going to be a difficult one for Mendoza.
Well, we get the dip in right hook every single time from Mendoza, which, you know, we can see that he doesn't have a wide punch selection, which is what's needed against a guy who's almost 10 inches taller than
And they're desperate shots. He's too far out throwing them, which is why he's winging them. Earlier in the fight, he was inside and making it work. Now he's just desperate, looking for something. And this is what I'm talking about. You're allowing Diddy to tee off because he's found his range now.
Yeah. Got about 30 seconds left in round 3. Maximum distance is 4.
I'll tell you, when a fighter misses by that much, you really ought to make him think about it by following up with a lead right hand. You hear the shouts coming from the crowd for Denny. They see the momentum change. They see their fighter fighting his range, and they want some big punches landed now. Right there at the end of the round, you got exactly what you asked for. A nice shot from Denny. I do believe the momentum has changed. And like I say, the 4th round is going to be a difficult one for Mendoza if he continues to pursue this type of defense with no offense.
Has Davtyan won all 3 rounds?
No, I thought that Mendoza won the 1st round. The 2nd round went to Mendoza as well. And then after that, I think Denny started to run away with the fight.
Wait a minute. That was the 2nd round right there.
That was the 3rd round.
3. We're into 4 now.
Oh, wow.
I know, it's going fast.
Yeah, that went really fast. You know, a lot of swinging and missing from both these guys. Yeah. But as the round continues on, I think the last 2 rounds, as they continue on, Denny starts to find his spacing and his timing. Great jabs. You know, I just want to see him work more of that, you know?
Yeah. When you're that tall and lanky, can you perfect your style to become a little bit more athletic?
I think athleticism is something you're blessed with, right? So when you have this kind of frame, I think you got to hope that one or two things. One, you were blessed with this gift of athleticism, or you were young enough to start doing whatever it is you're doing, and you have the fluidity of an athlete.
Well, at 22, he's still young, and right now Mendoza knows the time is running out. So he's going for broke right now.
I think a great example of that is Paul Williams, who I mentioned earlier with a little tongue-in-cheek, Sean, but that was a very tall, long, and excellent fight.
Oh, yeah, making some contact there, Mendoza to the body, and there was almost a clash of heads, but there's so much difference. It's hard for them to even reach the same level. Oh, he's just losing his balance in there. Mendoza just...
Yeah, but Denny's got to stay.
Nailed Denny with the right.
stay switched on. Don't let this onslaught from Mendoza rattle him. Mendoza's trying to do now in the fourth what he did in the first. And to Denny's credit, he knows now where his range is. He's getting lighter on his feet, more confident. I don't think this is going to work for Mendoza.
Hey, I applaud the gas tank of Mendoza.
Yeah.
That's a lot of big, strong, hard punches to miss and still be going the way that he is.
He's got 2 rounds of no punching to make up for. I think he tried to save something and take and thought, this is not a bad strategy, to be fair. But I think Denny is really on his game right now, and this coming from Mendoza is not going to be quite enough.
At this point for him, it's just weather the storm, right? Because Mendoza, you know, he's desperate.
Yeah, but in a 4-round fight, like you said, maybe, you know, you split the first 2. You don't know if you're Denny, if you're really ahead on the cards. You cannot definitely leave this to the judges in a 4-round fight with the kind of performance that Mendoza has mounted. You got to stay in this fight and keep trying to win. So there's no time to cruise. Show the judges that you're the boss, that this is your fight and you're fighting
nice body
your
punch
way.
there by Daptian.
Looked like he was going to fold a little bit right there.
Yeah. Well, that's not going to stop Mendoza.
But Denny is doing the right thing, keeping the punches in his face. Everything isn't hard. Everything's not even landing, but he is keeping the shots out there, keeping Mendoza out and making him lunge in wildly, and then tying him up. That is a strategy that will be effective. And from a 3 KO fighter, he's showing some seasoning.
All right, little combo there. Going up top by Daptian. As we approach the last 10 seconds of the fight, you just heard it. Mendoza threw one and paid the price as we reached the limit of 4 rounds. People like this fight. There was a lot of action. There's some applause here.
It was a fun fight to watch, and I liked how Denny
a lot
closed
of
the
action.
show. I like how he came on in the third and then dominated in the fourth, was able to weather the storm that Mendoza mounted at the end of the fight, and then punctuated this fight with one last big shot right there as the bell rung. This will be a good learning lesson, I think, for both fighters, really. Mendoza, I think, did the best that he could do. However, right there in those middle rounds, he needs to mount some offense with that defense, and he'll be a hell of a dangerous fighter going forward.
Key moments in the 4th round.
Yeah, you see Mendoza just going for it.
Yeah.
Anything he's got, he's throwing at the kitchen sink. That's what you should do. Mendoza was rightly feeling like he was behind in the fight. It's only 4 rounds. Empty the tank now. And Denny was ready for it.
Yeah, I applaud the energy and effort of Brandon Mendoza, especially to be able to have that kind of output with all of the punches that he was winging and missing. But, you know, again, you got to applaud also the poise and focus of Daptian, weathering just a storm of big haymakers, you know.
That's a great word, Sean. Poise. That's what he showed in the 4th round. That is what got him through that final storm.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, I said before that in a fight there was no suspense, so we knew what the cards were going to say. And so I won't say that again.
Yeah, that's always dangerous. Yeah,
we have this.
Sometimes turn on you.
We have this elongated wait. Now I'm starting to get nervous.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here she comes. Here she comes.
Oh, okay, here she comes. Oh, boy, drama mounting right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, obviously on my cards, I had Denny Daptian winning this fight, but we'll see.
All right, Chevy Red, tell us how the judges saw this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of actions, we have a winner. Dutch BDS scores about 40-36 in favor of Denny. And judges Hayashida and Clinton scored about 39-37, both in favor of Denny. So your winner by unanimous decision, Denny Daptian.
All right. right, no surprises here. 3-0, and a unanimous decision for Denny Dakian.
I was a little surprised by the shutout. I thought Mendoza clearly won that first round. Not that it was going to make a difference in the outcome, but let's hear what Ak has to say to the winner. You can hear ringside there, Mario, all these Ukrainian fans with their flags. They can't wait to hear from their man.
Going the distance. Talk to me about that. I mean, how bad were you trying to get him out of there to continue that streak of knockouts?
No problem. I just do boxing. That's it. Not hard.
How do you feel about fighting in this venue outside? I mean, what is this vibe like?
Beautiful place. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, man. Guys.
Thank you so much. Short and simple. No problem. I win fight. That's all it takes.
Look, the kid's 22. He's got a lot of work to do. But, you know.
Yeah, it's to polish his style in the ring and also his post-fight game.
The upside is just that. He's very, very up there, you know. So he's got a lot to work with. And, you know, let's see if he can grow and improve. And, you know, maybe one day he'll be knocking them down.
He will need, I believe, to have a bit more acumen as a tall, long fighter. It's a very specific set of skills that he needs.
Yeah, more tools.
And as it's early in his career, it's understandable that he is not seasoned at that yet. But we see here when Mendoza's having success smothering him, having some overwhelming action in the first round, which was successful against Debtinian, and then you see him find his way by the third round. And you can say that little tick is maybe him finding rhythm.
Yeah, you know, one thing I am surprised at is Ukrainians usually turn pro with a lot of experience. You can see he's lacking a lot of experience. Doesn't really know how to find his opponent. Like, you see that right there. A lot of punches being swung and missed by both guys. But, you know, just Davinci is just stronger, bigger, and a little bit more accurate tonight.
I would like to see what happens when he really educates that jab. Right now, he's keeping it in the face of his opponent, and he's kind of pawing at it, finding his range. But when he puts some snap on it, we can get that thing to be a cable, a wire cable right to his opponent's chin. It can be dangerous. We've seen that in the heavyweight division with the Klitschko's. What can happen when you've got that kind of range? A jab followed up with the right hand can be devastating.
For sure.
All right, and before we head to the main event, we've got another special interview up on that stage. Let's go over there and see who we got.
We're still here at the Santa Monica Pier. We have a very special guest today. I mean, the reason why we're doing this event, Sam Husseini, who is here representing his sister who lost her battle with cancer years ago. Talk about what this means to you, commemorating her.
I mean, we've been doing this for years now, and the Butterfly Brawl has been a 2-year event. We've been spinning this, and I'm super excited to have everyone here for this event. Cancer affects everybody, and it affected me personally, losing my younger sister at a young age of 39. I can't imagine, you know, someone battling for 7 years thinking you're going to win and just lights out. It's just crazy, mind-blowing to me. I can't say. It's just crazy. But we started the Warrior Life Foundation on her behalf, and the Butterfly Brawl is an extension of the fight. We're just not letting it go.
Absolutely. Listen up. We know that this is a party on the beach, but there's purpose behind it. So we had to slow things down and tell you the reason. That name right there, Yassi, that's the woman that started this whole thing. She lost her life in 2016. And this man right here, this is her brother. And he started this foundation. It was called Butterfly Ball. Now it's Butterfly Brawl. But when you have a foundation, we're always open with everything. We want to know how much money has been raised for cancer, because this is personal to me because I lost my mother to cancer.
So the last 4 events, we've raised over $750,000 for cancer research. And all the funds go directly to cancer research.
Can you talk about the foundation, the name of the foundation?
Of my sister, the Warrior Life Foundation, and it was her war paint. She had a tattoo down her back that read Warrior Life Foundation. Not foundation, but Warrior Life. And we took that and spun that into a foundation to raise money for cancer. And we want to make people aware that, you know, it affects everybody at a young age. You are not immune. Don't think you got to be older to get cancer. My sister was diagnosed at 33.
She might have lost her battle, but the war continues, and you continue to fight.
Amen.
Mark continues to fight, and that's why he is. So make sure you tap in with that foundation to donate money to help this cause and this cancer research. Sam, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Good luck. I love what you're doing. This is an amazing.
All the funds go directly to cancer research.
Can you talk about the foundation, the name of the foundation?
Of my sister, the Warrior Life Foundation, and it was her war paint. She had a tattoo down her back that read Warrior Life Foundation. Not foundation, but Warrior Life. And we took that and spun that into a foundation to raise money for cancer. And we want to make people aware that, you know, it affects everybody at a young age. You are not immune. Don't think you got to be older to get cancer. My sister was diagnosed at 33.
She might have lost her battle, but the war continues, and you continue to fight.
Amen.
Mark continues to fight, and that's why he is. So make sure you tap in with that foundation to donate money to help this cause and this cancer research. Sam, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Good luck. I love what you're doing. This is an amazing event that you're doing for your sister.
Thank you all.
Going back to the guys ringside.
All right, thank you guys. Great boxing for a good cause. Doesn't get better than that. And we are getting ready for what we expect to be the best fight of the night. You had called Showtime. You said that Superbad was a fight to look out for. And it was. It was good, but it was very short-lived.
Yeah, short-lived. I think on to the next. And this next should probably be the best.
I'm expecting some fireworks here because Zacamundo's coming up for some special little music appetizer. Yeah, right before we get to the main event with Chantel Navarro Chicanita against Nancy Franco. They call her Chatita. We'll explain what that means in a little bit. For now, let's take that little break.
We got Shakamundo and we had the Mike.
The set is ready, and it is now time for your main event. Introducing to the ring first, Nancy Chachita Franco.
Nancy Franco, as I said, 36 years of age, fighting against the youngster, Navarro. She's been off for about 155 days.
Did you call her a youngster?
Youngster Navarro, at 21.
Yeah.
Well, Nancy is a seasoned veteran. 36 is not quite old, but it is a young person's game in this instance. Boxing really does favor the youth. However, the experience here is a hurdle, I believe, for Navarro. She's got 3 knockouts in 5 fights. I mean, she's a heavy-handed puncher. She's got spite on her shots. As you can see in how many fights it is for Franco. She's only got 5 KOs. That's not uncommon in the women's division. It's hard to get knockouts, right, especially inside a 6-round fight like this. You know that Navarro is coming with some power and coming with some real spite. The question is, can she overcome the experience level of Franco?
44 fights against only 5. That's huge. And don't forget that Franco is a former 2-time world champion back in 2013 and 2015. It's been a while, but you know, she obviously has a lot of talent.
Yeah, Franco,
she knows it all.
She's coming in here tough. You know, she's coming in here not to lose. She's not going to follow the script of just coming in here being in the ring with Miss Navarro. She's going to fight back. She's going to fight tough. It should be a long 6 rounds for both these women.
16, almost 17 years in the pro game for Franco. And she's going to probably need every bit of that to overcome this rising star, this very young but very determined and hungry Chantel Navarro. You see Franco there kneeling in the corner, giving God the due, making her prayers. She certainly looks ready. She's doing the bounce. She's doing all the things I see pro fighters doing as they prepare for major events. So for her, this is a way of life. She's been doing this over 16 years. This is nothing new. Not only that, but it's probably second nature. I don't think she's got anything on her mind about her record or what the odds might say. She's in the office.
Let's see if we can get a shot of the shoes.
It's got to be the shoes. Wait a minute. Are those boxing are those
Jordans?
Wait a minute. I feel like she's wearing basketball shoes.
And now, making her way to the ring, Chantel Chicanita Navarro.
Oh, yeah, you can hear the crowd getting into it. Chicanita is a homegrown kid out of Glendale, raised in L.A. When she told her dad she wanted to start boxing, the dad said, oh, no, you're not going in that direction. But, hey, they realized that she had a lot of talent. Before you knew it, she was already winning tournaments. And then by the age of 14, she was training 4 times a week. Dad would pick her up at school, take her to the gym, go back, finish her homework, dedicated.
I like to talk about the fight inside a fighter and the things you have to overcome before you even climb for those ropes. Having your dad say, hey, I don't want you to do this, having your family not support you as you take your initial step towards your life passion is a difficult thing to overcome. It can put doubt in your heart, put doubt in your mind. The fact that she overcame that and has had the success she's had early lets you know that this is not just some hobby for her. This indeed is a way of life for her as well, and she's here to prove that she deserves to be in the ring, and this is where she belongs.
Yeah, and her dad Ignacio actually recognizing that she has a lot more talent than he had when he was a pro fighter.
Oh, man, have you heard him say that? I don't.
That's what he said.
Did he say it?
He admitted it. He says he's far more talented than me. He was 7-0-1, ended up hurting one of his hands, and that was the end of his career. But yeah, he's actually said that.
You know, kudos to him. That's the way you parent. You might have your reservations. You want to guide your children in the right direction. They take a path you didn't suggest for them, and then you realize that they've got something, and you admit that it's special. Credit to him. That's a beautiful thing to hear.
All right, we're ready for the national anthem and the introductions. Let's head up back to the ring and Chantel Red. Chevy Red.
Here we go, Chevy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please stand for the singing of our national anthem by Scarlett Habibi.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, the gloves are tight, the lights are bright, and it is now time for your main event of the night. This bout is sanctioned for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. Your judges at ringside are Chris Miguelor, Pam Hayashida, and Tiffany Clayton. And your your referee in the ring is Ray Corona. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 124.2 pounds. She is a former 2-time world champion with 5 KOs. Fighting out of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, Nancy Chatita Franco. And introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing green, black, and gold, weighing in at 124.8 pounds. She holds a professional record of 5 wins, 0 losses, and 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Glendale, California, Chantel Chicanita Navarro.
Break down the numbers for us, Sean.
Yeah, it's not much going on. This is a pretty even match. Obviously, we know that the age is much more different than it shows right there. We got 36-year-old Nancy against 21-year-old Chantel. Should be a good one. It's going to be competitive for a little while.
I'll be interested to see what the punching power does for Navarro early in this fight. probably the difference that will be made up between the experience will be the punching power from Chantel.
Yeah, that experience, only 18 rounds for Navarro versus 304 total rounds for Franco.
No matter how good you are at boxing, if you are getting rocked with shots, it's very difficult to execute whatever game plan you come in.
That's a counter right hand over the jab. It's a good jab coming from Chantel, but she got countered. Sneaky right hand to the body, too, from Nancy. Miss Franco.
From sneaky to sneakers, you were talking about the Air Jordans.
Yeah, you know, Amanda Serrano was notoriously known for wearing the Air Jordans in the ring, and she's got some other women doing it now.
There's some different style coming from Navarro, but what I like is that she's being honest right from the beginning. She's working the jab, she's being calm with it, finding her range, not over punching or trying to just blow Franco out of there. It's not respect that she's showing Franco, it's respect she's showing the craft.
I tell people all the time, boxing is nothing but ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. It's that basic, you know. Obviously, the higher up you go, the more the sequence of that 1, 2, 3s and ABCs change. But it's always best to start with the 1, then the 2, then the 3.
We saw a little bit of a veteran move there from Franco as she came up out of the duck, kind of put her head against Navarro's head. You got to watch out for that. Those kind of little mini headbutts can do damage.
So let me tell you what I see right now, and I know that I'm not wrong. Chantel Navarro is used to sparring 3-minute rounds with men. She's used to a slow pace. This slow pace actually benefits Chantel. Nancy. Nancy Franco's able to pick her punches, get in and get out, and I actually think that in some ways she may have won that first round.
Nancy Franco is definitely not looking for a fast-paced, big-moving fight. So you're right. If she can stay in the pocket and punch when she wants to punch, it's probably the best fight for her. However, I think Navarro is going to turn this thing up in the second, probably in the third round, and make Franco eat some shots if she doesn't if she's not met with some more offense from Franco. I think it's going to be Navarro with an onslaught of offense.
So we got some prestige over there in the corner of Navarro, and then over here in the corner of Franco doing what they got to do. They tied up the hair.
Yeah. A little tape on the hair.
That's going to be tough at the end of the night. Very good, close first round. I thought that, that was, you could say it was Franco in some ways. You could also say it was Chantel Navarro in some ways as well.
Yeah, as you said, it's a fight that we could see Franco having won the first round. That puts a little pressure on Navarro. It's only a 6-round fight. You can't be giving rounds away. But I do think she's intending to turn it up in the second round. And let's see if Franco has an answer for that.
She's shown 2 nice punches. They both connected for Chantel. Very meticulous, taking her time, very calm.
Yeah. We say that as older fighters, more mature fighters, we like to slow the pace down. The younger fighters like to, go out and wing them, throw them as much as they can. And that's what I would encourage Navarro to do. It looks like they reminded her, hey, this is only a 2-minute round fight. So she's picking it up this round. Good right there. Good combination from Navarro right there.
Franco's a little awkward, no?
Yeah. She's keeping that chin tucked. Hands are up, hands are down.
Well, sometimes she throws a punch and it looks like she has no idea what she's doing in there. And then other times she tucks the chin, turns over the shot, and it's a real good placed punch.
The more experience you get, the more of a puzzle you become. And I think Nancy Franco is the perfect puzzle tonight for Miss Navarro.
The referee, you see there, warning about the head clash. I saw that early. It could be a problem if it continues. You see Franco shaking her head, letting Navarro know that that's not working. It's not effective. However, Sean, a lot of times when you see a fighter shake their head and say no, it means yes.
Yeah, usually. I never did that. I just, it happened, it happened. You
kept it real.
I'm not gonna acknowledge anything.
Right.
I love, side note, Chantel Navarro's glove.
I was about to say, she's got style. You see those gloves? Against the corner. I've never seen anything like that. I'm not sure what the design is, but they're pretty awesome. I think it looks like Virgin de Guadalupe.
Yeah, it looks like it's some sort of montage or just tribute to the Mexican culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fancy. I like the white gloves as a standard because I can see the blood.
He said, yeah, they're fancy, but anyway.
And, you know, she's got the hair done beautifully and all that as we look at some of the beautiful moments of round 2.
A round that was owned by Chantel Navarro. Right there we see just a simple hook coming from her, but she was able to do a lot of work with that jab hand.
Oh,
right there, that hook coming back again. We're going to see this was a beautiful combination. Right hand, the left hook, and then right back. Right hand, left hook. All 4 of those punches landed.
So, you know, the nickname Chatita, Chata means, it can be a cute one, but it also means when there's something's flattened. So, you know, she's flattening her face even more. So,
I don't know what that's what trying to say. I don't know. I go with the cute part. I go with the cute part.
Chantel wants to make it the other nickname.
Absolutely.
Navarro starting this round with long punches. She started with a stiff jab and then followed up with a right hand. I think she is looking now to kind of change the rhythm of this fight. Keep it long, not let Franco get inside and throw those short shots.
Yeah. You know, I think at some point, Chantel Navarro is going to have to learn how to be more physical.
Yeah.
Tonight's not that night, you know, not against a vet who's got some moves, got some smiles, got some head nods and things of that nature.
Yeah, she gives me, you know, that kind of fighter that enjoys getting hit.
Yeah.
Doesn't mind it at all.
Yeah.
And really sometimes
the right hand right there landed by Nancy Franco. Another one. Overhand right landed by Nancy Franco. You know, the awkward stuff, that's what catches the fighters that have a lot of experience. We're not used to seeing those kind of punches.
Chantel. Chantel says, you know what, I can take and I can give too.
That's good work right there.
Getting much more precise, more active in there. Throwing some heavy punches. Oh, yeah, nice little jab to the face.
Absolutely returning fire. I do think she likes this kind of fight.
I like that right there, man. Both women working accordingly, you know.
Both wanting it.
I like the way that Chantel's poking that jab in there. She settles the fight down, brings it back to the rhythm that she wants, doesn't get into this back and forth for too long.
Am I greedy for wanting doubles and triples and quadruples with that jab?
Absolutely not. I think that sticking it
capable, right?
Starts it. Yeah, you can't stay with the single jab, but it can set up the 2s and 3s that are necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good round, action-packed, back and forth. Nice right hands landing from Navarro this round, but also Chantel. Boom, right there. There's a right hand. She comes right back again.
That is Nancy Franco's punch right there. That little short right hand, that's her money shot. Now, when she puts her heads down, it just swings wildly. It's like the tale of 2 different fighters. The girl who did that shouldn't have been able to do the short right hand that we saw at the beginning of these replays.
Right.
And to your point, that is awkward. It's like, okay, who am I fighting?
It's like a on and off switch.
You can certainly tell Nancy Franco loves to mix it up.
All right, so these are short rounds. We are now in the 4th of 6 rounds tonight.
I got this one scored. Radio.
You know, I had Nancy Franco, like you did, winning the first round. Yeah. I had the second and third round go for Navarro. But I think that, you know, Nancy is certainly in this fight. We could see anything here in the 4th round. There's only 6 rounds scheduled, so you know, winning one round brings this to a draw, with the fight being determined by the last 2 rounds. You know right now, I think, that Franco's having a good fourth round.
You know, one more thing I want to see from Chantel Navarro, she's going to have to educate that jab a little more. She's throwing it straight, which is beautiful. She's throwing it with some snap, which is beautiful, but she needs variety with that jab. It's got to go up. It's got to go down. You know, she's got to be able to move and throw it on the move as well. She's got some work to do.
And to your point, you want to see some combination punching as well.
Yeah.
I think that would change it. Now, is this a fight where going to the body for Navarro would pay off? I mean, it's not like Franco's too hard to hit. Should she be putting those deposits forward, or are we just trying to get her out of there with headshots?
You know, it depends on the kind of fighter you are. Navarro seems to be, to me, more of a straight puncher. You know, she's not throwing a lot of hooks. I don't see uppercuts coming from her. That being said, stabs to the body, straight lefts to the body, straight, strong right hands to the body, stiff punches to the body. Yes, she should be going to the body, but how she commits is going to determine, you know, if she's in line to fire after the body work.
I mean, obviously those body shots are scoring punches, but we've only got 2 minutes in each round. And
there we go with them.
Navarro
punches and bunches by Chantel. She wants to finish this thing. And Franco staying on her feet. Wow! What a way to end this round. Heck yeah.
In the fire. The storm got heated. And both fighters planted their feet and gave everything they had to close that round out. I don't see any withering from Franco. I think she got the worst of the exchange. However, she was ready to fire and continue fighting right through the bell.
Listen, we just got some beautiful flurries coming from Navarro, and you're right. Franco wasn't hurt or anything like that, but she had to do what she had to do, which was cover, stay, keep herself safe. This is what I like about this flurry, though, coming from Navarro. She's switching the angles. Look at that. You see the nice little pivot there. Come back to the other side.
Almost nothing flush.
Yes, almost nothing flush. But to get the job done right there, you're forcing the ref to continue to watch the other opponent, and of course you're selling yourself to the judges.
Absolutely,
and not giving the referee an opportunity to stop the fight with unanswered punches. In fact, of that whole exchange, I actually thought the body shot from Franco was the best punch landed in the whole exchange.
Yeah, I didn't see that body shot, but yeah, you're right.
The second to last punch.
All right, penultimate round in this fight. Bantamweights,
the body work.
Navarro had to move up because Franco took this fight, you know, with very little notice.
Right.
As we go into the fifth round, I've got it. 1 round for Franco, 3 rounds for Navarro. And it is time, I think, for Franco to step it up a little bit. She's got to get aggressive. She can't wait on Navarro any longer.
I think she will. I'm not positive.
Right now,
going up top again.
And that is not
right again. She's going to get wrapped up.
Navarro will push her off, and then Franco needs to come right back at her with leather.
Yeah. So right there's a moment, you know, hopefully she goes back and watches this fight and she sees where she can be physical. She should, you know, assert herself to get her opponent off of her.
Yeah, I mean, she's wearing basketball shoes, so she should be able to drive the lane.
Yes or no?
When you talk about a fighter with the kind of seasoning that Franco has, and on short notice, and pulling up in Jordans, not Jordan boxing shoes, but basketball shoes.
Yeah.
You know this is a way of life for her. She came to work tonight, and she has given the audience what they paid for. A good scrap. Navarro being very responsible, but there you go.
That was flush.
In a 6-round fight, you're going to want to keep the action lively and on your side. I thought maybe both fighters in that round could have done a bit more.
Yeah.
How much impact does having to go up from 118 to 126 have on your game?
You're going to see a difference in the power that's being absorbed by Nancy Franco. Nancy's going to be able to do that right there, stand in there and fight with her, punch with her without being so worried and or affected by the return. Although that right hand that landed was very clean and sharp. Right here, we get a body shot coming. We didn't see it right there, but we got a body shot at the end of that round.
That's right.
From Chantel Navarro. Beautiful body shot, and it's never too late to go to the body.
At this point, final round, what does Chantel need to do? Does she need to, like, end with an exclamation mark or just sort of keep it the way it's going?
You know, she's done the job. She's done what she's come out to do tonight. You close the show, but you don't force anything.
You know what, Sean? These are 2-minute rounds, and a lot of female fighters want 3-minute rounds. But if you're doing 2, I think it's incumbent upon these ladies to have it all action. If you're only doing 2/3 of a full round, then I expect there to be no real lull.
You know what, though? The complaint about women's boxing, they're sloppy. This is clean work right there. That's clean, nice little jab, pivot, and I'm going to bring some uppercuts right there to the body of the head. I'm going to get what I can get. You know, so I admire and I appreciate the clean work of Chantel Navarro. And what I mean by that is it just doesn't look sloppy.
Right, it doesn't have to be sloppy to be busy.
Yeah.
You know,
but you lose something in the pop, you know what I mean?
Fair play. Fair play. I mean, we got a minute to go, and not just this round, but in this fight. We'd like to see a close to this round and this fight that, warrants a 3 knockout out of 5 fights kind of fighter.
It's about the dance partner, and at this point, we don't have a dance partner that's willing to stand there and fight,
I mean,
Franco's not giving up. Yeah.
She threw some punches, but they like you said earlier, they were more like defensive punches. They were get off me shots. Get off me. You know what I mean? They were back up shots. Back up.
All right, now she's taunting her a little bit. Franco's like, okay.
Body shot.
Another body shot. I mean, listen, I don't have Franco winning this fight. I think she's won maybe only 1 round, but she fought her fight as best she could, and she stayed in there trying to win for every single minute of each round.
And she earned her money, obviously. What about Chantel? Should she be happy with the performance tonight, or is it back to the drawing board and fix things?
Chantel is probably going to wish she had performed better tonight.
Right.
She would have liked to get a knockdown, if not a knockout. And yes, it was clean punches, and she won the rounds, but
and you gotta have this experience, though. You have to have the experience of somebody locking you up. I doubt she's ever had that in the gym with the men that she's sparring with. You have to have the experience of somebody being in your range and then just slightly taking it away from you. Another good clean round from Chantel Navarro. Some things to work on. She's 21 years old, 5 fights into a professional career. She's supposed to have this room to work. Her ceiling is probably higher than anyone out here.
And by the way, she was sparring with a former champion, Adelaida Ruiz, who actually beat Franco back in 2021. So that was a smart move.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, she did exactly what she was supposed to do, how she was supposed to do it. We want the work rate to pick up.
Yeah.
We want, we wanted to be a little bit more assertive and aggressive, but we wanted to get stronger, Right. She can't just do that. She's got to get strong.
Right, and I think the reason she'd want to have had a better or a busier performance tonight is because of her ambition, because of her passion, her desire to get knockouts and to be exciting. It's not because her performance wasn't good. It was great.
Yeah.
She won almost every round.
Yeah.
It's just the way that she is progressing in her career and the trajectory she's on, that she's going to want to move faster, as she should. It's up to her corner to talk the way Sean Porter is talking about taking your time, learning these things, getting the experience in a fight like this, and getting better as we move on.
All right, we're ready for the official announcement. Take it away, Chevy Red.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of action, we have a winner. And the winner will receive the official WBC Butterfly Brawl belts. All 3 judges are in agreement and see the fight 60-54. For your winner, by unanimous decision, fighting out of the red corner, Chantel Chicanita Navarro.
is a symbolic belt that was donated by the WBC for the winner of the Butterfly Brawl. So she's earned it, and it always feels great to have that belt, right, champ?
That's a beautiful one right there.
Oh, yeah. Let's go into the ring for the post-fight interview. Take it away.
Congratulations. Beautiful display of boxing. Going into this fight, we knew you were going in with a very competitive, experienced fighter. Did she live up to what you expected?
Yes, of course. She's such a tough opponent, and this is great experience for me, great exposure for me. Only my 6th professional fight, and it's a pleasure to be sharing the ring with a veteran.
You know, midway through that fight, there was a flurry where it seemed like you were trying to get that stoppage and you were waiting for the ref to pull in, but then she came back and swung and landed a couple of shots. How much respect do you have for somebody like Franco?
So much respect. You know, it takes so much to come into this ring and do what we do to prepare for it, the discipline, the sacrifice. So much respect to her, and yeah.
So this beautiful belt that WC have created for the cause for Yassi Husseini, this is in honor of her. Talk to me about this belt and you carrying it.
Yes, it's so beautiful. Just the meaning behind it, what the purpose is of it. I have family members that passed away from cancer, that are battling cancer, so it's such an honor to be fighting on a card that is just promoting fighting cancer. So, yeah.
So look, women's boxing is on fire right now. I mean, you're obviously a decorated amateur. You showed today that you can hang in there with any vet. What's next for you? What do you want next?
I'm just going to leave that to my team. I just do what I have to do. I train properly. I do everything right. So I'm just waiting for my team to make that call when I'm ready for whatever.
Right, but, you know, women are fighting for titles with not that many fights nowadays. You obviously have the skill to compete. So if you had it your way, you know, in your division, you know, obviously this is not your division, but in your division, name me a champion that you feel like you can compete with today.
You know, I'm just going to up to my team. I'm not going to say any names, but...
No smack talking, you just go through the fighting.
Yeah, my hands will show, so...
Well, before you get out of here, please send a message to everybody that's here supporting you today.
Thank you to all of my sponsors. Thank you to Fightbook. Thank you to Tim, to Mark, and thank you for everybody that came out to support me, and I appreciate you guys so much.
Congratulations. Great performance. Looking forward to seeing you again. Guys...
Very well-spoken young lady, very polished when it comes to her presentation, her image, not wanting to, you know, trash talk anyone. I don't know, maybe that's the polite way to do it.
I'm gonna call her out. Only 6 fights in. She don't know who got no belts in her division right now. She wouldn't know a name to say.
Okay, reading between the lines, I get it.
Yeah. But nonetheless, fun to watch. Beautiful energy, beautiful young lady. Upside, man, is amazing.
And women's boxing at the top of the card tonight. Definitely we see a star on the rise with Chantel Navarro.
Are we there right there?
We're right
us?
there. Yeah.
I don't see us.
Navarro, by the way, is 7-time national champion. She wanted to fight in the Olympics, decided to turn pro in 2024 rather than waiting for LA 28. Maybe she did the right thing. It would have been great to see her in the Olympics.
It would have been
Team USA.
amazing to see her in the 24 games right out here at home.
Oh,
no
yeah.
telling what could happen in 3 years, you know. So I don't know. It's kind of, you know, to each his own.
It's a long wait. Also, women's boxing's on the rise. We've seen them in Netflix main events, tens of millions of viewers. You know what MVP is doing, collecting all these female fighters. You got to strike while the iron is hot. I wouldn't wait 3 years to find an opportunity. It's now. She's got the acumen. She comes from a fighting family. Go pro and go big.
I would have waited.
Easy for you to say.
I'm telling you, no. Honestly, I would have waited. Look at
because of the platform that it gives you.
Look at Clarissa Shields. There you go. When you turn pro as a woman with that gold It's a little bit different than turning pro as a man. Why? Because the women can get there so much quicker, you know?
All right, Akim Barak, let's go back to you guys. Done an amazing job. We're going to seal the deal tonight with a special guest.
We're still here at the Santa Monica Pier. The fights are done. We have the youngest ring announcer, it's safe to say that, in the world. Is that true? Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah.
I don't know. How old are you?
9, but I started when I was 5.
Wow. Now, tell me, where did the name Killer Can come from? Why are you a killer?
So my dad, he met this guy and on this app, and he was talking to him all the time, and sometimes I was with him while he was talking, and he was like, "Oh, that's Killer Cam," and he gave me the nickname Killer Cam, and he gave me
and it stuck.
Cam.
Okay. Killer Cam, the rapper, Cameron?
No.
Listen, Killer Cam, what made you want to be a ring announcer?
The movie Rocky 3.
Really? What happened in that made you say, okay, that's what I want to do?
I was imitating the ring announcer so good, and my dad got me connected to the right people.
Now, if you had a dream boxing, name me 2 fighters that you would love to announce in the ring.
I would love to announce Ryan Garcia, and Canelo.
Wow. We know Ryan Garcia. We know him. All right, but listen, what's the hardest thing about announcing?
Practicing.
Because it looks like you don't read cards, you just do it off memory?
Yeah, I memorized for about a week.
Wow.
Well, good job. I mean, in order for you to do a whole card, you got to do a lot of memorizing. So keep working. You're very talented. You have a bright future. Let's go back to the guys ringside.
Thank you, guys. That was cool. Killer Cam. Yeah, he's so mature for his age. You know, they threw him some, like, curveballs, and he hit him out of the park.
Expect to see him on It Is What It Is. Now that he said he doesn't know the rapper Cam, he's not going to take that sitting down. We'll see this guy on a media tour in no time.
All right, so the fans are, clearing out the place, but we're going to do a little bit of a recap here just to see how things had ended up tonight.
Really good way to end this night.
Yeah.
I think this was the right fight to be the main event. Energy was high. Look at that early on. When I saw that counter right hand come from Miss Nancy Franco, I said, okay, we got one on our hands. In some ways we did. In a lot of ways it was a one-sided victory for Miss Chantel Navarro. She just outclassed Nancy Franco for the most part.
But to your point, Sean, she gave Navarro some much-needed experience. Franco came in there and did something that Navarro clearly hadn't seen before. She was there to fight. She stayed in the fight the whole time, and while she wasn't winning rounds, she was fighting hard. Right. It was something that Chantel needed to be up against. It was no easy knockout because there was not even a knockdown. Right. That lets you know that this was a learning experience. I think Franco enjoyed the fight. She likes this kind of thing. She came in there on a short notice with Michael Jordan basketball shoes on there and held her ground for 6 rounds.
For anyone that may say, well, how do you learn when you have like this one-sided victory? It's about the resistance. I think Nancy Franco, while she didn't really pose a serious threat to Miss Navarro, she just posed a lot of resistance and forced Navarro to think and figure some things out. And she was thinking, I could see that, and making some small little adjustments along the way.
And early in the fight, that short right hand did pose a threat. I think it made Navarro step back and start dealing from distance. She started sticking that jab in there and being more responsible because she got, I won't say buzz, but she definitely got, Franco got her attention with that short shot. So both fighters benefited from this fight. I think it was a good look for Franco. And who knows? She stays at it. That 20th win may be right around the corner.
There you go. But nonetheless, 6-0 now is Chantel Navarro.
All right, and we have one final interview. Akim Barak already with Andy Foster. Go.
Look, you can't have a boxing event in California. And now talk to this man, Andy Force, executive, that right there of the California Athletic Commission. Andy, I mean, you've been at so many fights, so many different type of venues in California. Talk to me about the Santa Monica Pier and fights being held here.
Yeah, I really like it. This is our second time we've ever run one here. We run one about this time last year with the Saudis.
It was this time last year.
Yeah. And it's really cool. I like it here.
Absolutely. We was here for that, called a couple of fights here. But listen, you guys have a reputation, you know, for being a tough commission. Do you take pride in that?
In some respects, we don't want to be too tough, but I like to be tough on the matches. I mean, you saw the matches tonight. I thought they ended pretty good.
Well, what would you say is the most important part of your job? Like, is it health and safety of the fighters? You know, the judges giving a fair shake to the fighters? What would you say is the most important thing that you still have to tweak?
There's a lot of pieces of it, but you know, you have to develop the legislation so that, or work with the legislature so that you can get the policies that will bring it for the next level to what we're doing for the next generation of boxers. We're doing right now, but we're working on our license plate initiative. We're working on sponsorship initiative. We're working on a lot of different things so that the boxers will have more.
All right, so the last one, like you said, was exactly a year ago, and then you have this. Seems like every August we're going to have this. What are the things that you're most leery about when somebody comes to you and say, hey, I want to do something on the beach?
Well, I mean, not here, because this is really close to a good hospital, but if you're going to do, we're doing one in November on Catalina Island, and so the evac plan on Catalina Island had to be worked out.
See, it takes a lot to do this. You know, we just see the finished product, but it really takes a lot behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're doing a phenomenal job at the commission here in California. I love coming here for fights. Keep doing what you're doing. Make sure these judges get judged sometimes. I think that's one of the biggest things in boxing.
Keep being hard, because we got to keep the fighters safe.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, fight fans, from the Santa Monica Pier, I go by the name of Ak.
And I'm Barack the Boxing Bully.
Hope you guys enjoyed the fights. You had an amazing time. We'll tap in with you next. Peace and love. Stay safe. We're out of here.
Don't forget, go to fightbook.com because you can still donate to the cause.
Great job, guys. Amazing having them. They had a lot of energy. Great guests tonight. And final thoughts as we go over some of the top highlights of the night. Final thoughts?
Listen, happy to be here. Wasn't sure if I was going to make it. I ended up making the decision to come out, and I think this was a really good decision for me. Getting the opportunity to support this foundation was amazing. That knockout, that punch, fight of the night, knockout of the night, punch of the night, you know, all that good stuff. I saw that kid a little bit later, man, and he just looked like he didn't even know, you know, that he had that in him, you know. So good fights tonight, man. You know, some fights that were one-sided. Kind of is what it is. It's boxing. But shout out to Fightbook, because what I think about Fightbook is that it's going to enable boxing to create competitive fights that aren't so one-sided, no A-side, B-side. And I felt like, you know, wow, some fights were clearly one-sided. We got some other fights that you really didn't know what the A-side and the B-side was.
You often don't know what goes on behind the scenes in boxing. These events are not easy to put together. This is an iconic and hallowed ground location. It's not easy to get, even with the mayor's support. It takes a lot of planning. And the ability of Fightbook, Mark, Bash to put this card on requires great matchmaking. Each fight, all night, we had entertainment. Each fighter brought something. The crowd was in it. It was beautiful weather, which nobody can control, but they picked the right night for it. The music got me going. As you mentioned, we were dancing to it. The food in the food trucks were in the back, and they were great. The drinks were flowing. All of these moving pieces that make for an experience that people want to have is not easy to put together. So it is really a credit to Fightbook and all the promoters on this card, especially the fighters who come and make this thing worth doing. We really appreciate it. And again, Pal and the cancer donating that went on today. All of these experiences that we've had are being now transformed into money that are supporting very, very important causes. People have been touched by cancer who fought tonight. People like the boxing bully, Barack, his mother, it passed from that disease. This is close to a lot of people's hearts. And the PAL, thankfully, at this stage, cancer has not visited my family, but what the Police Athletic League did for my childhood was a very important element, and it's taking inner city kids and giving them something to do. Boxing, like I said earlier, is a poor man's sport, but the Police Athletic League gives all kinds of athletes from all different corners something to do other than be in these streets. A lot of great things happened tonight, and I was really proud to be ringside with two of the best to ever do it. Sean Porter, Mario Solis, thank you so much. The Boxing Bully, Barack, all of these guys that came and donated their time and put their best foot forward to make this happen. Great credit to you, Santa Monica Pier, man. Where else could we do it this good?
I tell you what,
it was crazy.
One more thing from me, Mario, just to understand that, you know, the Butterfly Brawl right here in the Santa Monica Pier is something they want to try to duplicate. I think this was a beautiful jumping off.
Yes, as the mayor said, maybe once a year. That would be an amazing annual performance or annual show. Would be fantastic. And it was more than 4 hours of boxing. You guys made it so smooth, so good, so exciting. It was an honor being with you guys tonight. And, of course, finishing with this beautiful young lady who has a bright future. She did what she needed to do.
Exactly.
And got another W.
Yeah, she did exactly what she was supposed to do. She looked good doing it, didn't get hurt in any way. I think Radio and I both believe that this was a great learning curve for her. And certainly look forward to what Chantel Navarro has in the future.
Navarro shined tonight. There are many stars, I believe, on this card. This is the kind of platform where you can be born in front of the world. This is Los Angeles, California, where they make stars. And here on Santa Monica Pier tonight, we saw some of the up-and-comers in the sport, and I believe some of tomorrow's world champions. This is what boxing is about. These promoters put together some hell of a matchups that delivered tonight. The production was quality. Everybody came together and put on a show that we definitely want to see again. Hopefully we'll be back here this time next year. Boxing is alive and well in Los Angeles on the Fight Book.
All right, so for the entire crew and this great broadcast team, Hakan Barak, Alejandro Navarro, Sean, Showtime Porter, Radio Rahim, I'm Mario Solis from the Santa Monica Pier saying so long. Goodbye.